Astrobate couldn't tell me. He's here for like... You can already tell me. Mr. Slow told me. Well, anyway, welcome, guys. What's up? Yeah. You're supposed to type it in caps in like bright red letters or something. I did not even know. I clicked... It's like when I resigned against Nefedov the other day. I clicked the freaking button and I didn't click it long enough or something. Whatever. Welcome, anyway. I've called tonight Dream Analysis stream. I had a story about a dream last night. Mr. Sloan. Mr. Sloan, non-pet eater. Non-pet eater. He's a non-pet eater. Don't get me started again. We have to... just once. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Oh my god, man. Don't get me started. Alright, let's go. I'm still... 3 weeks I've been sick. And now it's in my ears. And I can hear you guys. But... No, you can hear me now. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? We'll do a little bit of... Rest in peace. Steve Albini. Can you hear me now? This is radio. No. Sporgasm, we're not. Analyzing viewer-submitted games. They might be viewers. But we're analyzing subscriber-submitted games. Close. Alright. Hint, hint. Greedy Sludgy wants you to subscribe and support our community by doing so. So, Mr. Slow, non-pet eater, I like that. That should be said with a British accent. Mr. Slow, non-pet eater, has tipped 28-32. Now I sound like John Malkovich. Saxhead draw. That's an old one. But 2 minutes ago, Mr. Slow, non-pet eater. I'll let you submit a game even though you're not a pet eater. We're up to 1,700. Mr. Slow donated 28.32. That means we have $800 to go. And the last 800 will be put toward... Pardon. The last 800 will go toward my charter flight and any odds and ends. That I still don't know when we're going to get our charter flight from Lisbon. Alright, so 6 weeks until World Senior. Yeah, that's right. Let's see what we've got today. Mr. Slow's submission is Planinich against Unziker, or Unziker Planinich. Then we have Roger Brown Nefedov. And then 2 little submissions of my own. Repunj Bansal, Yubatis with a study and a sensei game from 10 to 13 years ago. Oof. Alright. So this is our first game for today. Those of you who are subscribers are welcome to submit a game, but I do encourage you to submit early and often. Early and often, remember. Yeah, real chess stream here. We're analyzing dreams, chess dreams. Who is Planinich Albin? Who are you? Who the heck are you? His name would be Albin Planinich. It's like Indians. You know, we do the names backward. So, if you're saying it like a Western name, it's Albin Planinich. It's not, his family name is not Albin. No relation to Albin, like the Albin Gambit. And he wasn't albino. Alright, anyway. Yeah, why do I even let myself get aggravated by everything, huh? So anyway. Thank you guys for being subscribers. No matter how much I love you or hate you, you're all the same to me. You're all subscribers, and you belong here. Subscribing. Asterbee, you missed your lesson today. Okay, guys, we're going to start with Planinch against Unzicker. This game is from Ljubljana, Vidmar Memorial, 1969. And Unzicker, of course, was a German grandmaster, very well known for playing the French defense, among other things, I believe. I don't think he's still with us. What do we got here? Alright, Masters database. Unzicker white, e4, e5. And Planinch is black. So knight f3, knight to c6, bishop to b5, the Roy Lopez, which I think is richer. I would say that this move is richer. Now that I've been playing, does Slovenians also do names like Hungarians? No. I don't believe so. I don't believe so, Spectacular Camel. Oh. I thought Unzicker played the French too. That's weird. I know that, Mr. Slow. I'm not that naive. But, I mean, you know, Ullmann is the big French guy, but I thought Unzicker played the French too. Oh well. My bad. I thought he was like secondary French player. Okay. Well, he's not known for anything else, so I made something up for him. He's just an ordinary grandmaster. What can I do? Alright, sorry. Yeah, he's not Wolfgang Ullmann, but he is named Wolfgang, right? They're both named Wolfgang. But he didn't play the French defense? What? So his initials are Wu. I had a German Shepherd who used to say woo, woo, woo. But I think the Roy Lopez is richer than the Italian game, to be honest. A6, more complex. For the more complex player. Bishop a4, knight f6, castles, and now b5. Now b5 is early. Yeah, as far as I know, Yugoslavs, you know, don't or didn't. None of the former republics of Yugoslavia, they don't say the, you know, family name first, first name second, like Hungarians do. As far as I know. Alright, so castles, and now b5. But b5 is early. Usually black plays bishop b7 now. You can also play the Steinitz deferred. You can also play the open, you know, so you got like 4 moves for black there at least. I just thought of something funny. g6. That's never been played. Sledging novelty. How bad is it? Let's see. Pretty bad. It might just lose a pawn. Alright. So castles b5. This is like an Archangelsk move order. Well, it is. It is an Archangelsk, I guess. I like how the opening explorer doesn't care. Makes no distinction whatsoever. I think the opening explorer on lichess, I saw somebody ripping apart, what was it lately? Oh, chessgames.com, that really like old cheesy website with all the free games. That's like not historically accurate at all. Don't trust anything you read on chessgames.com. Edward Winter like went off on it at some point. But just, yeah, it's like Wikipedia. Be careful what you read on the internet. You know, don't believe everything. Don't believe that Wolfgang Unzicker was a French defense player because I said it. I couldn't think of anything else except for an old German grandmaster. But I do know who Ullmann is, and I recognize the difference. No, don't worry. I'm not that stupid, Mr. Slow. I just look that stupid. Hey, Chronic Mater. Chronic Master Mater. Hi, Sledgy, long-time viewer. Yeah, like forever. Okay. Bishop b3, bishop b7, now there's two variations, right? We got the bishop c5 and the bishop b7. This is my ex-roommate's favorite line. Bishop b7. He was a 1700 by the time I was done with him. And now against Chaka, we used to call him. Against Chaka, we used to battle with the c3. I think c3 is dynamic. d3 is very quiet, I would say. Do you know me? I don't know. No, I don't think so. What's up, Nedog? I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. They hit us with the troll stuff. Come on. So, bishop b7. Just the suspense is killing me. Bishop b7, d3. This is a very quiet move. White, I think, facing this setup where black is leaving the king in the center, should try to open the center. So I always played c3. This leads to very sharp play. Now it's calling it the Archangel's variation, interestingly. So I think this move isn't really the sharpest try, but one thing that I will mention is that the d5 square is kind of weak, and I know from trying to play this a couple of times with black that I got into some trouble here, where white turns it into what I would call, I guess, like a Vienna type of setup. That's actually quite dangerous, and I think it was recommended in some cheesable. Isn't that like a snack food? Cheesables? Am I making that up? What are those like cheese crackers? Cheesables? I'm thinking of Lunchable. Anyway, whatever. Okay, so knight c3, knight d5. Cheesables. Cheez-Its. How do you even know that? You live in India. How do you know that? I'm trying to remember like an American food from the 80s, and he nails it, and he lives in India. Are you serious? Cheez-Its. Of course. How do you know that? That's amazing. Wow, Fancy Chess. That's the biggest find since you've been on my stream, I think. You come up with Cheez-Its. You've lived in the US for 2 years, man. I didn't know that. Don't tell us anything here. D3. So bishop E, D3 is very it's very, I just don't feel like very dangerous, but okay. Bishop E7. Now, if you want to be aggressive, I think bishop C5 is better. Black plays bishop E7. Now white plays C3. Now, the thing is, like, you can't play knight A5 until the D6 pawn is protected. Bishop E7 makes it possible to castle and defend F7. C3. Anyway, I'm paying too much attention to the opening. I'm sorry. I'll try to go a little bit quicker through the opening stage. Castles. And now white, because it's basically like, to me it's more like an Italian game now. After D3, Rook E1. Now notice there's no bishop on C5, no problem there. So this is just like transposing back into a normal Pilnik variation. Rook E1. And now black has lots of options. There's a Marshall Gambit like thing, right? It's basically an anti-Marshall. It became a D3 anti-Marshall. What the heck is going on here? It's a D3 anti-Marshall. So black can play D5 anyway. That's not really considered to be a standard thing. Normal is D6. Rook E8 is a move. I guess that's like an implicit offer of a draw, because white offer of a draw. Would you like to get a buy for your food poisoning? No. You guys ever play any Continental Chess Association tournaments? So, alright. Anyways, H6. Okay, I think this is always a debatable move. I mean, Josh. Oh no. I'm not interested. Sorry, Josh. Not interested. That's a good one, Nedog. Let's give him... Oh no. It's Bob. It's Bob! Bob, thanks for the donation. No. Saxon Draw has donated 607. Get... Danny Stench. Alright, H6. Bob, now no misbehaving during analysis stream. Alright? We're supposed to be serious about chess here. If you want to watch people grinding to 2900 and wasting their lives, you know, there's another stream for that. I try to teach us seriously. I'm not going to become like a 2600 and waste my time grinding streams. Okay. We try to take chess seriously here. So H6, I think this is an interesting move, but at the same time, you know, I often wonder, like, is it really necessary? Well, it isn't objectively necessary. Knight on BD2, to a totally standard position now. Rook E8. Now there's no knight G5. We took that away, right? D4. Now white plays D4. Unzicker plays D4 here. D4 is a little bit weird, right? I mean, white's playing a D3 Pilnik variation, or anti-Marshall, like a quiet positional line. And suddenly, it's like he decides to play D4. Well, if you wanted to play D4, you have avoided... I guess you've avoided the Marshall, right? Haha, it's like, haha, you didn't play the Marshall, tricked you. And now a really unusual idea I've never seen anyone do before in in one of these Spanishes, but I mean, it's so unlikely this could happen. Black hasn't played D6. He's playing the closed Spanish without the move D6. This is very original. Bishop F8. So no pawn is supporting that strong point on E5. Kisses your ass goodbye. The fastest ban ever. Fastest reban ever. Okay, Bishop F8. Now I'm flexing his mod muscles. You've forgotten your mod muscles. Thanks for the donation from Saxac Draw. Bishop F8, D5. Yeah, okay. Now, the big question is we don't have a pawn supporting E5. So, you know, you've got to ask yourself, if our pawn's not protecting E5, does white, like, take over our center after takes, and takes? Is this a problem? Do you have a problem, Houston? And then the obvious question is really, like, F4. You know, it's like the chess is like the Wizard of Oz to some extent. You know, you can't just like play through games and be like, oh, okay, that was a great game. I mean, if you want to learn, you have to understand why was this move not played. You know, why? Ask yourself, why was this not played? So we have to find out why. What's the deal here? I mean, is Bishop C5 check? Does that do anything? There's no knight G4. Notice that's under control. And I understand that white doesn't have a lot of development, but it's still very important. Because if the center kicks forward with E5, it could be a little unpleasant. Let's see. So rook back. Let's say king H1. Rook back or no? Oh no. Oh no. Could be that. Acerbate. E5. Now if we move our knight, we lose Mr. Rook. So what are we going to do? Look at these diagonals. Oh no, but we're going to lose our rook. What can we do about it? Oh no. There is an interesting possibility here. This move. Possibilities. Now, knight e4. Rook e4. That's another suggestion. I like this one, but does this one even work? Because this might only be a draw. Check. It might not even be a draw, actually. Then he can like walk over here. Yeah, as Mr. So pointed out, the more obvious is like rook takes e4. And then after knight takes, we just take, and we've got this fork here. And then if bishop e3, we have really very active pieces. Actually, this doesn't work. Yeah, I agree. Whoops. All right, so I'm going to go back. It looks like white isn't well enough developed to take advantage of that rook on e5. h6 also comes in handy. Oh, this was played by Brian Nikolov. Wow, he drew with Shirov in 1994. Probably an Olympiad, playing for Canada. Badass cowboy. Canadian cowboy. Fall asleep drunk at the board. d5. Yeah, so, yeah, d5 is counterintuitive. You wouldn't expect that. I mean, it's like, isn't h3 just a direct transposition to normal position? So h3 or a3 or something like that. I wouldn't want to pull my knight away from the center with the e4 pawn. Shirov did that against Nikolov. Provocative, wow. How does that work? Okay. So no one played pawn takes pawn because presumably e5 is dangerous now. It's all fun and games till somebody loses an eye. But anyway, I don't like this move. I'll just say I don't like this move. This doesn't seem right to me. Although, you know, it might be white is just still better. I mean, I guess it isn't bad. Black's bishop is fairly buried on f8. The rook is shut in. Now he has to put the knight on a stupid square. Knight b8, knight a7, or knight a5. No one's played knight b8, although that would be, I think, a completely logical thing to do. Recirculating back to d7. It's even not out of the realm of possibility that black could redeploy the bishop out to c5. So this is all very interesting. Yeah, this move is not popular, d5. And now, knight a5, hitting the bishop. That's nice, but like, where's our knight going? I mean, it's not like a Chigorin, because we don't have back here. We don't have knight here, you know, so I don't really know where our knight's going. And our bishop is deadened by this, so we need a quick c6 or something to attack his center. So this is the key. This is bad for black if we have to play passively now. The line I was worried about, obviously, c6, b4. Oddly enough, Yabatis, are you here? Back there somewhere? Yabatis is in the back. He's working in our chess warehouse. But we had a very similar game that we went over today with Yabatis, where the knight got trapped on b4. But here I was thinking c6, attacking the center, b4, and then sacking a piece. Yeah, this study's private, or else every other like viewer would be like trying to profitize it by like making blog posts on lichess. You better believe it's private, baby. All right. Yeah. Well, knight c4 is common in Chigorin, but here we get that broken structure. But it might be like okay as well. The structure's not good. But the thing, I mean, I'm most concerned about now, look, Martins. That's an original name. But it's this weird, right? This guy's name is Martin Martens. I mean, he should be Martin Martens. This is something not right about that. Martin Martens? Come on. I mean, that's not right. He's Martin Martens. That's ridiculous. You've seen that name before. Well, I mean, there's probably half of the Netherlands is named that. Okay. It's some random IM or something. Okay. C6. So B4 was played in a game, not this game, another game. And then I was wondering if black could sack a piece. But this is probably going too far. But we need to just check it, okay? Takes. And this particular sacrifice isn't as good as the one I had on board earlier today. In that case, white had to, like, retreat his knight back, and there's nowhere to go in this one. He has to take, and something like d5. Bishop back, e4, make e4. Black doesn't have enough pawns for the sacrifice piece. Okay, so, yeah, on b4, Hans played knight, not this Hans, the other Hans, knight c4, bc4, and then the structure is falling apart, so d takes c6. And then black has a kind of funky pawn structure with a pawn on c4, which isn't really appetizing to me. D takes c6, draw. D takes c6 was accompanied by the offer of a draw from Ricky Martins. But D takes c6. I don't like the structure with that pawn on c4. I think we're going to take with the bishop. There's no bishop g5, and black is threatening to play d5. Okay, anyway. Not a vote of confidence, the draw for there. So c6, b4 is possible. Unziker didn't like it, so he just takes right away, which is the other option, obviously. Face the two options. Unziker, I don't know if he was a GM in 1969 yet, but possibly. Unziker plays d takes c6, and then remember, Unziker doesn't play the French, that's Ullmann. Bishop takes c6. But I mean, I feel like black's out of the woods now, you know? Like knight on a5, my whole problem with that was that it didn't have anywhere to go. But I mean, now it has a clear knight b7 regrouping, even here possibly. And it's like, well, where the heck is white's advantage now? And we're actually winning control of d5. He became a GM in 54. Remember, don't believe everything you read in Wikipedia. So, I think Ricky Martin's move is more dynamic. So what could possibly go wrong after this? I think the moral of the story is I don't trust d5. Takes, bishop takes, knight f1. And now already it looks like d5 is possible. Because you could play d5 and on pawn takes pawn, play e4, and then recapture. I mean, I guess white is okay here. But is black worse? Maybe black could be overextended. Computer thinks that black's a tiny bit better. So that's another possibility. Instead, black plays queen c7, defending pawn, connecting rooks. And now white plays everybody's favorite, knight g3. And now, boom. Martin Martins is only 28 ranks away from you all-time FIDE. Ranks. Ranks? What are you, like, an unrated noob or something? You mean, like, ELO points? Or, like, all-time high ELO points? Or, like, literally, like, ranks? Like, you have some sort of list you found? You found the all-time FIDE rating list? All-time rank? Wow. He's right behind me. Well, he knows when to offer a draw. I'll give him credit for that. D5. Breaking the center, equalizing. And now, I love black's game, but can you win it? It's like a Najdorf where you achieve d5. We finally have imbalance in the pawn structure. Queen e2. This is never really a good sign. He's just holding. Mr. Slow had a game like this. Remember that, Mr. Slow? You had that game against me where it was a Sicilian. I got in d5, and you just held with the holding the e4 square, and I couldn't break through. Wow, that's close. And we're both 69, so Nedog approves. Nedog is leading the stream in $69 donations, by the way. How about you, Chronic Master Mater? This is a sign, you know, that White's just kind of holding on. Rook d8. And then this is a really bad sign. But I mean, you know, I think it's important to like admit you have a problem. You know, if Unzicker was an alcoholic, he probably has a good chance of recovering because he's not like blindly going forward like there's nothing wrong. At this point, he's like, yeah, I don't really like this position. I'm gonna just over super mega protect my e4 pawn, my e4 square, I should say. This is a sign that he recognizes he has a problem here. Meanwhile, black has a bit more space already. You know, look at this room to grow here. And White's all like confined. G6, patient move. Controlling the f5 square. So both sides, you know, aren't aggressing over the line. But black has a tad more space with 2 pawns on the 5th rank here and on his 4th rank. And it looks like white has less things to do. I mean, you could try a4. I think a4 is a normal idea that needs to be considered, actually. It continues the theme of playing on the light squares. And if black plays this, I mean, there's this thing on a6. This looks a little weak, too. So I got the feeling that Unzicker is playing too passively. You know? Is it just me? You just saw 5 lichess puzzles in a row. Alright. That's a record. Saxec Traw, thanks for... Oh, that's thanks for donation, 607. Setsig, I also got your submission from earlier. So this feels very passive. He refuses to do anything. I mean, like a4. Yeah, he's clearly worse. There's no way I'm playing h4. That looks stupid. So b4, a4, and h4. But he plays knight f1, leaving, you know, even less protection of e4. And now black's coming in, encroaching. Now, there's no real threat, but he ties white down to this. Yeah, he's just encroaching. That's annoying, you know? Like, stay on your side, dude. And if you play b3, you weaken yourself along the c-file. Is it just me, or does it seem like black should have brought back knight in the game by now? He's in game. That's not the worst Chigoran knight I've ever seen. It's in game now. Knight c4, exactly. And now white has trouble doing anything. And I think that a4 still needs to be considered. But it's like Unzicker just refuses to do anything. Knight e3, trading pieces. Honestly, Unzicker's playing like a 2200 in this game, in my opinion. Knight takes e3, and then a surprising move. We expected bishop takes, but that's not protected. So he has to take with the queen. How awkward is that? Queen in front of bishop. Queen in the middle of board, prone to being attacked by d4. And I would imagine like this is a very serious possibility. But I mean, black also for his part has been playing very neat and tidy chess here. Both sides are like a little anal retentive about the neat and tidiness of this position. D takes e4, knight takes e4, and now finally an imbalancing move. We don't see the neat and tidy trade. I'm a tiny bit better. We see knight d5. Whoa. And that's a serious call to arms. because I see this queen sliding over, and that could actually be dangerous for black. I guess the point is we're landing on f4, and so if white takes it, we're taking with the pawn. But no, white played queen g3, and he doesn't play knight f4. But the thing is, okay, you can't play f5, which is what we like to play, because g6 is weak. So we expect knight f4, but I guess it just doesn't really threaten anything. I guess it should kind of threaten f5, but maybe it doesn't, though. Because even if we could play f5, it would be like bishop takes f4, pawn f4, queen g6 check. The point is that g6 is difficult to protect. The routine move is like king h7, but that's not a great idea here. How do you protect g6? You found a way with rook e6. He found a way to protect this, to enable the possible f5. 11, 11, 11, 11. 11, 10 would have made it 17, 17, 17. That's nice. Nice idea. Right, if someone just donates 10 cents, but I don't think you're allowed to donate 10 cents. Asterbay tipped $11. He blundered. It was a tip blunder. He's supposed to tip $11.10. Oh no! And now you can't tip 10 cents. It's too small a donation. So, a very generous but blunder donation, missing the 17, 17, 17. It was a good year. Guys, I'm going to Porto Santo where they have a museum for Columbus. So someone should donate like $15.92. All right. $14.92. Wait, when was Columbus again? $14.92. $14.92? Am I crazy? It's $14.92, right? Columbus was $14.92. That was a long time ago. Damn, that was a long time ago. So bishop back to b3. Cue the diagonal. So we have tricks with like knight f6 check. And then f5 anyway. He's like, you're not going to bluff me, bro. g5 is protected. g6 is protected. h6 is protected. f6 is protected. d5 is protected twice. You're not going to bluff me. f5, you 2200 Grandmaster. Queen h3. So he's attacking h6. Also x-raying this rook here. But the problem is, ultimately what happened here? White lost the central pawn. Because he played passively in the opening, white lost the central pawn. Black has this 4-on-3. And now the 4-on-3 is like moving up, like the Jeffersons, to an apartment in the sky. Like a mushroom cloud. And it's just going to like envelop everything on that side of the board. And if white doesn't have some kind of fancy tactic, he's basically in deep shit. Because his pieces are like all outside the pawn chain. The bishop's outside the pawn chain, the knight, the queen, and they're going to be attacked with tempo as these pawns come down the board. So queen e7, and now this is a little threat, taking this. Knight g3, and that's horrible, right? That's really bad. I mean, you've got the knight on g3, a notoriously bad square, with the queen on the other side of it, completely boxed out by the knight at g3. So the queen's in front of the pawns, the knight's in front of the pawns, the queen's blocked by the knight as well now. It has no squares to go to at all. I mean, Unziker is just getting outplayed like a schoolboy here. So king h7 now, notice, king h7 now, no bishop on the c2 h7 diagonal. So it's just step by step. Queen f6. Queen g3. Like, not sure what this move does. I think he might be, like, thinking of h4. Maybe you can move the f pawn and hide back there on f2. That looks horrible. We have bishop check. It puts pressure on e5, but that move's very well protected. Rook e8. And he didn't like being in this diagonal. Nothing fancy here, though. This is a very solid style by Planinic. Bishop d2, and then e4. And that's a nice pawn chain. So the mushroom cloud expanding. Knight e3, and this is desperately trying to trade pieces. If we could swap a bunch of pieces, white might be okay. So far, no tactics. If f4, you can play knight takes d5. So everything's okay until it's not. You know, we were hoping for knight takes e3. Probably white's going to hang on there. Looks like this is possible. Even bishop takes is possible. I'd like to get my queen out from under that mushroom cloud, if possible. Actually, this looks pretty dangerous in that case. But he might be able to hunker down and defend. Still, again, white playing like you're kind of like run-of-the-mill 2200. Knight e7. This is a special move. Because knight e7 it's counterintuitive in respect. Like, we're retreating our knight away from a centralized square, but we have a concrete threat. Rook takes d2, and also the fork with f4. Does the fork with f4 work? That'll be an interesting question. So, white defends rook a d1, and now the fork with f4. Yeah, knight e7 is a double threat that avoids exchanges of pieces with a tactical point. But now the question is, why or why not? Does f4 work or not? There only seems to be one point, you know, knight g4, I guess. But that's the problem, because we have this with a fork. So it looks like it doesn't work. So the double threat, white was able to defend against both threats. Now the mushroom cloud goes forward g5. g5, f4 still doesn't win a piece. So queen c7. And here white, you know, hoping that maybe black's overextended. But he's actually threatening nothing. Black just simply plays rook d7. Goes queen b6. This is annoying. And now knight c8. Sacrificing the pawn at a6. Not. The queen is trapped. I think the queen is trapped, but maybe he has this. Damn. Well, the queen's still trapped. If it's trapped, it's trapped. Trapped is trapped. Yeah, it's trapped. So you can't get your queen trapped. He has to play queen a5, and then the mushroom cloud again with f4. Well, I mean, I think that we're getting the takeaway from this game was a very nice standard kind of coordination of pieces and pawns. It would be a good example of that. White didn't show any sort of understanding of coordination of pieces and pawns, whereas Planinic did. He's using pieces and pawns. White's pieces are just like sitting in front of his pawns. He doesn't even move his pawns. That's why I'm saying he's a 2200. He doesn't understand how to play with pawns, you know. Pawns are not people. Korchnoi was a master with pawns. Knight g4, queen f5, and then h3. This is pathetic. It really looks like I said, like a very weak master getting crushed by a GM. h5, knight h2, and now bishop b7, guarding a pawn. And it's ironic, like this queen has nowhere to go. And meanwhile, I love these pawns. Look at those pawns. The rolling horde. Bishop c1. And now open file. Now if we trade pieces, white might be alright. But he's like, nope, not trading pieces, it's a King's Indian. So where's your entry point? Here. You can go to d2 or d4. d2, d3 is covered. Just d2 and d4. Or I could play rook d8, offering a trade of rooks maybe. I vote for rook d8, offering a trade of rooks. But this is also very logical. Obviously, there's some things on that diagonal. Bishop c5, now... Hello? Now, see, this is why you need your central strong point. Yeah, not just passivity, but like loss of central strong point. It's very fundamental. If you have a pawn on e4, the opponent can't. You know what I mean? So a lot of times you see people like trade off their strong point. I was criticizing, actually, one of our regular viewers for a while, Richard Brenton. He was like trading off his central pawns all the time. So the bottom line is, Wolfgang, if you kept your pawn on e4 and didn't trade it off, the enemy can't have a pawn there. You know, so we won the space and took it over. Knight f3, knight b6. This is segregation. That's sick, man. The queen is just cut off from the rest of the pieces. White's queen in this game was a joke, man. Knight d4, queen f6, b3, preventing knight c4, and then g4. Oh my god. It makes Asteroid want to hit the mushroom bong with all these clouds, vapor clouds. H takes G, bishop a3. It's almost like the black's play in this game is so patient, it was almost like he was playing with his opponent. And now the bishop's hanging. I would imagine that black could simply take on a3 by this point. But he gets fancy with g3 now, sacrificing a bishop, apparently. The attack is that serious. But I think the end is near. Because we have pawn takes f2 check, followed by sacking a rook at g2. It's almost certainly mate. Like, for example, bishop takes e5, takes, check, king takes. Yeah, queen h4 check. And if you go to g1, you get hit by this. Notice, like, white has nothing he can put in front of the threats. You're just getting obliterated. This is funny. Like, check, here, here, and here. And white has no ability to block anything. All these pieces he has on the board, he cannot block these checks. And those two pawns just sit there, triumphant. Yeah, very elegant. g3, rook d2 was played, defending f2. And now, bishop takes d4. So what does this do? Takes out the knight on d4. Is this going to come in? C takes d4. And now simply queen h6, threatening queen h2. Stop calling him Albin. What are you, like, on a first name basis? Queen h6, queen c3. Damn, he's just very, almost like trolling his opponent. Now I would expect knight d5. This move is just mean. Like b4. Is that necessary? Takes, knight d5, and now queen f3. That's a nice trick. Last trick. And then notice that this defends the e4 pawn. Ooh. That's ugly. And finally, this is pinned. So white can't even take the bishop on b7. Anyway, it was humiliating. Yeah, I mean, this felt like he was like trolling his opponent. Nice game, though. Not your typical attacking game. I just want to say it was extremely careful and positional in nature. I mean, black almost didn't use any tactics in this game. What would be the CPL? Black's is low. under 20. White, probably not that great. 20 and 30, 30 and 15, I don't know. I mean, Black was so careful, I imagine he might have missed some slightly more incisive moves at some point. Okay, I got Roger Brown versus Nefedov. Roger Brown, this is a short one. Hesitant to play chess. Yeah, I feel that. That's what... You can't see this anymore. I know, it was painful. Hesitant to play chess, guys. We're almost up to 10,000 followers. No, I'm not a big fan of counting followers, but I really thought 10,000 would be a milestone. We just need 100 and some. Alright. So this is Pavel's most recent league game that we didn't go over. But he's clearly playing in a league that's too weak for him or something like that. The last game we saw from Nefedov was just really weak. This one isn't good either. His opponent, Roger Brown, plays the Italian game. Nefedov playing the two knights defense. And Nefedov is 1,800 FIDE, and he's pretty solid. And I think we've seen an example or two of him facing knight to g5 before. He plays d5 and knight a5, the classical Chigorin variation. So opponent goes here. And I just want to say, this poses a minor problem for people who play black. If you want to win, see, the thing is, knight c3. The 2 years ago, there was this tournament I played in where this Indian guy in IM tournament played it on purpose in the first round and drew against his opponent. And he just wanted to draw because he wasn't prepared for that opponent or something like that. I was surprised. I never see anybody do this in FM or above level. But the thing is, if white wants to draw, I mean, it's a problem, I don't know how exactly black is going to go about winning. So you might, want to think about playing bishop c5, to be honest. If you want to draw, this is fine. But honestly, these other moves, this goes into another variation. Bishop b4 is provocative, I guess. There's, you see, Michael Adams. Nikolai Vlasov, Michael Adams. That's funny. It's funny. Nikolai Vlasov, Michael Adams, 2004. They played last year in the World Senior. Or maybe they didn't play. But they both played. I mean, they didn't play each other. But they played in the tournament, in the same tournament. Alright. Anyways. So Adams, for example. People with white, they might want to draw. And this is risky. Because it leads to very drawish positions after knight takes, d5, bishop d3. D takes c4, bishop takes c4. It's very hard for black to win this. It's fine that you're equal, but good luck winning, because it's very, very equal. Too equal. So, one has to come up with a plan here. I don't know that black can really claim they're better. I think the position is dead even. Yeah. So I think if you're black, gotta come up with a plan there. Nefedov doesn't care at his level. These guys they're not playing for a draw. Bishop takes f7. This is a famous mistake. Check. King takes. Knight takes e4, and then d5. By the way, you see, that's Afromeyev. That's a fixed game. That's a fake player. Why would Enrico play this with white? That's very strange. And Nelson Mariano. Probably a good place to find fixed games where people are losing on purpose with white here. d5. And black is clearly better. Yeah, but I mean, Mamedyarov, who knows what the circumstances were. He plays everything for a joke, and it might have been a game on the evil chess site on Blitz or something. I'm sure it wasn't a serious game. So knight on e to g5, he obviously knows this is bad. You know, Hikaru plays 2 queen h5. Aframayev is yeah. Aframayev is there was an article in the New York Times about him years ago. That was a like oligarch who, or I don't know how rich he is, but he was like paying people to lose to him and stuff. So d3, I don't know if he's been banned. d3, and then h6. His bodyguards were like 2,400. All right, knight h3, and then Nefedov is here. He knows everything about Aframayev. Suspicious. He was 26-28 in this hand, this one. But he's not the only like famous cheater. I think the guy who tops the Macedonian rating list was suspicious, and there was the famous Romanian guy, Alexandru Crijan, who was 2,600, but like only played like one tournament or something like that. There's a handful of people who have like scammed their 2,600 ratings. Some of them have been banned and some of them haven't. So bishop g4 now. Yeah, but I mean this is like I don't understand how Sevillano could. I know Enrico. You know, I don't understand how he would get this position with white. Of course, it was a 95, but still, that's very strange. So now white plays knight at hg1, and then e4 must be considered. Pablo, if you play e4, takes, queen takes, rook takes, and now white has h3. And if it's h3, it's for me. You almost have something. I mean, we're playing for mate at d1. Well, there's all sorts of possibilities, right? But the main point is, like, white has g4. At least temporarily surviving. I mean, I'm sure that black is winning with perfect play here. First question is, like, is bishop g4 the best move? Probably. Mamajarov, so. Just to please everyone. Chess.com speed game 2019. Okay. There. Very important event. By the way, I wanna also come down on another pedestal. Chess.com blitz games should not be in any serious chess database. Why is it even in there? Yeah, exactly. So, I think that blitz games should very selectively ever been put in a serious database. But I'm constantly, it's really annoying. Especially with like younger players that play in those Title Tuesday tournaments. I'm regularly like preparing for opponents, and I'll have like some online database open, and I'll just be like Title Tuesday, all this crap. You know, I don't care. You know, it's like, this is just garbage. These aren't real games. Get it out of here. You know, it just takes up the space. So bishop g4, it looks good. And now, mostly people played c3. I mean, white's like lost almost. Queen d2 was played. It's a 1900 playing against a 2500. That was a close game. So knight hg1. That's dubious. c3 is best. Okay, you get it. c3 prevents knight d4. That's it. So knight hg1. Queen f6. This is apparently not best. I'm really curious about e4 though. Could he trade queens? And well, there's this. But I mean, still, I don't think that white is okay because of c2. Plus 5.7. So b4 is better than d4. Rook b1, knight takes c2 check, king f1, and now bishop b4. Slight advantage to black. Clearly not good. But Nefertov came up instead with queen f6. So is e4 the best? Yes. So I'm curious why Pavel didn't play e4. Just in general principles, like you didn't want to trade queens. You figured this might not be enough. Obviously, only move is h3. Now you have a bunch of choices. But I think at the end of the day, these are winning. So next time you know. Queen f6. It's okay, but not the best. Now h3. It's time to break the pin. And now instead of being -5, weight is probably like -2 or 3. Queen e8. Queen is pretty good move. But, you know, queen f6 puts more pressure here. The queen is also more exposed to attack. You see the g5. So now black played bishop c5. I suspect his opponent is a almost straight up beginner. Dubious. Well, the computer is a harsh critic. Although I don't know about bishop e3. Now white plays g5, leaving this white square is bad. So let me guess. You have queen f7 with the idea of queen h5, bishop h5. Yeah. He does queen f7. This looks right. This is a serious problem. I think this is a serious problem. I don't know how to deal with that pin. Now he forced black to defend d5 as well. See, if you play c3, he could pop the queen out to b3 maybe and threaten something. But he never bothered to do that. Well, anyway, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Nefertov knows this is a really easy win. Bishop e3. I was expecting you to play d4, honestly. Because I don't think that white will be able to survive this pin. After, like, bishop d2, bishop h5. Because you're threatening rook here, too. Plus, you even have, like, sealer sweeper type of stuff with e4, knight e5. So you did this. I guess this is good as well. Here, and then he has like e4. I was expecting, again, bishop h5. But you played e4 instead. But this is also good. It's an also good variation. Oh no. I feel queen e2, e3 coming on. He didn't play e3. Everyone expected e3. But if you do that, then I guess he can sneak over here. Defend f2. And so he played instead rook e8, which is sort of like a double threat. This is easy. Now rook h3 was best. Rook h3, pawn takes pawn check, rook e3. White lives a little bit longer. But we can't say much more of this. Rook takes e4 check, next chapter. Alright, he slapped down a beginner there. That was an easy game for Nefedov. A little sloppy. Not. Let's see the accuracy on this. I mean, sometimes it's hard when you're not tested. You know, you let your guard down a little bit, and you're like, oh, it's an easy opponent. I'm not going to play the best moves. Let's see what Nefedov's like accuracy was here. 2 inaccuracies and a 26 CPL. His opponent was obviously quite bad. With 2, it's funny they didn't give the guy blunders. I mean, all right, that's arbitrary. Nefedov made 2 inaccuracies. I'm counting 3. That's weird. On my computer screen, there's 3, but it says 2. E4. These 3 little blips here. Got to tune it up a little bit, Nefedov. You need a tougher test. So, I've got a game here from Ripunj Bansal, a game from Yabadas, a game from Setsteg. And I didn't get a game from Asterbate, did I? Here's Asterbate's game. Sorry, I did. Alright, analysis board. Sorry, Asterbate. Where's my share and export? PGN. Why is this so annoying? Damn, that's a long PGN you got there. Can't I just share it, dude? God, this is so annoying. Can I go back and share it? I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. I just have to copy and paste the whole thing. Man, I hate this. Alright. Copy. Paste. You guys see this? Alright. I'm still sick. It's like 3 weeks and I've got like my ears are congested. Hopefully somebody submitted a 15 move win versus the end. That would be Asterbate. No. Nefedov did that. I've got some funny games for you guys today. Well, 1 game and 1, no, really 2 positions. I normally don't submit my own stuff, but I thought we've got interesting submissions. So Asterbate, I'm gonna save this. So I thought I'd show you guys one of my funny games here. This was a game that I played in 1997, 3 months before my opponent jumped off of a building or was pushed. So he was a famous Estonian grandmaster. I'm not allowed to subscribe to my own streams, etc. So I'm playing white in this game, and this is a funny story. I just ran into this the other day. I found it online randomly. I don't even know if I have the game score, but it's online, thankfully. It was recorded, and yeah, so this game was played in 1997. Later in the year, the dude jumped off a building or was pushed. I don't think Elvest likes to talk about it. I don't know how close they were, but he was a very strong player. Lembedol, he was like number 2 in Estonia. But this was played in the U.S. Masters in Chicago in 1997. And the backstory is, I prepared this opening on the train on the way to Chicago, and it was all in the chess informant. And the only other game where this position was played was the game I based my preparation on, which is in the database. I'm covering up the openings for, but Ivan Sokolov had analyzed it for Chess Informant, and I studied the game. He lost to Vanderveel, and Ivan had analyzed it all pretty deeply. But I mean, I didn't think there was like a high chance of me getting this position. It's really pretty obscure. It was a line in the Nimzo, and it was a Rubinstein Nimzo with knight g to e2. I went back. This is Sokolov's. It was Sokolov's idea. He brought the knight back to g1, and then played knight f3. But anyway, we got this very dynamic position. I'm playing on the stage, on like board 1 or board 2 of the U.S. Masters in Chicago '97, and it's white to play. And I'm just thinking, like, I mean, how could I do what I did in this game? White to play. It's like move 16, and Ivan, I couldn't remember what Ivan played against Vanderweel, but it turns out he castled, and this totally makes sense. Because, like, what is black going to do? I have 2 connected passed pawns on the queen side, basically. You have this central powerful duo, but I mean, the outside pawns are very dangerous. Enough, what's that? What are you doing? So, no spoilers. And the funny story was, I'll tell you in a minute, the funny story that happened after this game was over. But I was staying with Alexander Ivanov I think I was staying with Alex at the tournament, and we had room together on occasion, and we were always friendly. And I'll show you what happened, but I call it Ivanov because Ivanov said a funny thing. So here I am. The computer says, and Yabatis pointed out, Rook B1 is actually the best move. So I don't even have to castle. Somehow Ivan Sokolov went on to lose the game after this to Vanderweel, although I think that white is better. It's very hard for black to mobilize these central pawns because bishops are sitting on the back rank, and it's hard for him to support the center. But I don't know what I was thinking. I was like on drugs. I'll tell you what happened, honestly. This sounds weird, but Lambidol, who was going to commit suicide just a few months later, was renowned for being kind of weird. Dude, I never had such a weird, intimidating vibe from somebody. I don't know what it was. Like he was like, he had some kind of aura about him that was like making it hard for me to concentrate. And he just had this weird aura about him. He wasn't like nervous like Walter Brown used to drive me crazy by like vibrating and stuff. But he just had this intimidating vibe. Like, he looked at you like he was going to kill you. And, the way I lost here is really funny. But, I mean, what was I thinking? I could have played Rook B1. I could have castled, and I don't even know what black should do. Because anything like this, I mean, my pieces are good. I have an outpost here on D6. His center, it doesn't look good. But check this out. White to move and lose. I played B5, and I have to resign, like, right away. B5, bishop A5. It looks like, oh, I get a knight, and he gets a knight. Yeah, well. And if rook C1, it looks like I can hang on. Nope, D4. Instead of pawn takes, he just takes and, like, wins, well, it wins the exchange at least. So I lose in one move. And the funny thing was, I was really upset because it's so stupid. It's like absurd to lose like this. You get to play a really good player. You get like a good position. I'm better by a tiny margin. It's a theoretical game. Anything can happen. And I lose in one move like a moron with B5 because I missed bishop A5. I mean, how often are you sitting there? Like, there's a bishop on D8 going to A5 in the opening. And after the game, I felt really embarrassed and bad, and I was just like looking for somebody to talk to make me feel like I'm not an idiot, And I went and I found Ivanov, and I was like, Alex, did you see what I did? I can't believe it. I played B5. He's like, yes. Everyone in the room saw bishop A5 except for you. I was like, fuck you, man. You're supposed to make me feel better. You just made me feel worse. Unbelievable. Everyone in the room saw it except for me. Like, all the spectators that were like 1,600, 1,300 sitting there, There's a couple of grandpas. They all saw bishop A5. That's a funny story. One of my classics. But it was interesting. I ran into it the other day. That really, he knows how to be... Ivanov really knew how to be sympathetic when people needed it. All right, so tell you about my dream later. Let's take a look at Ripunj Bansal. game here. No, let's do Asterbate first, because he was first. Asterbate was first. Repunch came later. If Korchnoi blunders queen against you, he called you an Indio. He was like racist to my friend. Alright, so this is Asterbate playing white. So we got knight f3, e6, and now, oh no, not another exchange variation. e4, d5. Well, there was some story about Korchnoi. This is unbelievable. Like, I understand Asterbate if you play like e4. I've been playing queen e2, the Chigorin. I've been playing this lately, and a lot of times my opponents will play d5. You know, so after you take, they have to take with the queen, and it's like a Scandinavian. Oh no, Lembit-Ol again. Oh no! Oh god. It's Lembit-Ol versus Igor Glek, 1997. Oh my god, I'm going to be seeing Lembit-Ol everywhere now. I always like to embellish my Lembit-Ol story and be like, my game was the last. Whoa. My game, that's a known theory. That's a known line. Whoa. So, embellish my story. After he beat me, the dude jumped off a building. So, anyway, this is not the point. The point is, like, okay, why would black do this? So, I can understand why black would do this. They hate the exchange variation of the French. And you're basically transposing to some kind of Scandinavian. And I guess the only way you can make this work for black, well, it doesn't really work. I mean, I guess the point would be to go back to d8. Because sometimes I see people do like e6. Maybe you could do queen d6. So let's see. Asterbate plays d4. Ah, that's the key. So this is a trick. You know, maybe d4 is stronger here than in a normal. Normally, like, d4 isn't such a good move against the Scandinavian, but maybe here it's actually better. And c4 might be a good move too, whereas in the normal Scandinavian it wouldn't be. Yeah, that's another point. Well, better here than in a normal line. But Asterbate does this anyway. So now black has nothing better than, like, what? You know, knight f6. So if knight f6, what do you do? If c4? My question is, if knight f6, what does white do? What should white do? Should you do c4? Presumably. Carlsen Nakamura. And now queen d8 is almost universal. So this should transpose some kind of queen d8 Scandinavian, I guess. Which I never really liked. But g6 is horrible. Can you imagine? I mean, knight c3 is possible, but you're giving black, you know, an obvious chance to play bishop b4 there. I don't know how good it is. No one has played this move, knight c3. Okay, we got transpositions. Yeah. Well, no, it's playable. Okay. But g6 is horrible. Like, you don't need to play e6 and g6, and all these squares are weak. So Asterbate does, yeah, bishop e3. That's lame, Asterbate. You know, if white screws around too much, Maybe black will get in like knight h6, knight f5 or something. Especially after g6, I think you should play c4. Because now this is even less logical. They don't have bishop b4 anymore. Nice. And so now black should go back with queen d8. But instead he plays queen h5. Obviously outside the pawn chain. He played queen h5 so you could treat... Oh no, wait, his queen can't go to g6. Alright. Just kidding. Bishop e2. And now another check. Very principled play by black here. You guys wanted a 1500, losing in 10 moves. You got it. Knight c3, knight e7, and then castle, castle, and now unbelievable. Astromate, by the way, your rating has been dropping lately. We have to investigate what's going on. You should be going up, not dropping. I suspect you need to play more arenas again. You need to play in more classical arenas. This move is out of control. You played... I'm surprised you played this h4. Where did that come from? Actually, Astrobit, you love to do c5. You used to love to trap people's queens on a5. If you do c5, I think that black should probably make it possible to get the queen out of there. And the suggestion of rook b1 is also reasonable. But there are a lot of moves that white can play here. You don't have to trap the queen. I mean, you can make good fundamental moves. I guess rook d8 is possible. So you put the queen on d2, black can play rook d8. Then we have knight d5. That's pretty nasty. Knight d5. Queen d2. Knight e7 check, king f8. And then you win a pawn at least with knight hg6, hg6. No, you don't, because he has this at the end. Takes here. Still, you have a big advantage. This is a very big advantage for white. Alright, but h4 is terrible. Totally irrelevant. But it still doesn't even come close to the mistakes that black has made. And then he goes back. Oh my god. This is like self-trapping. It happened to me against Kaidanov once. In a much more subtle way. This is like self-trapping your own queen. Can't we go here? If knight g5, this is like the classical queen h4, g3, and then queen h6, and you've got tons of ways to win. Knight takes c6, queen h3, bishop g4. Astrobit found a different way to do it. Bishop g5, nailing the queen. Crucifixion of queen. You nailed the queen to the cross there. Sorry, Christians. I'm a non-practicing Christian too. No offense intended, but it is kind of like a crucifixion. I got my queen crucified once on a5. With the bishop on b5 and a4. This is basically the same thing on the other side. Queen g4, sneaking away, but not really. His only square is f5. And then Astrobit didn't even trap the queen. You could have trapped the queen here with knight e5. Right? Many ways to trap the queen. Many ways to trap the queen. You settled for the materialistic bishop takes e7. And now we're going to trap the queen. g4. You did it. Congratulations. Astrobit's game of the week. You're regressing. Now I would sack your queen. Just go ahead and play pawn takes bishop. You're up a rook. Be practical. He's become far too materialistic. That's a good move. Now, here's an interesting position. Wouldn't bishop d3 be better? To freeze him in place, and then it's mate in 2. He has no moves. You play rook h1 next. Slowing down. You need to slow down and take your time. And so you got mate in 7 instead of mate in 2. This should be mate in 1, 2. Oh no. So here you have mate in 2. Bishop d3, bishop f5. Now he sees it. Alright. Sloppy. No, Asterbait he's not in good form. We need to kick his ass back in some arenas. He's playing in the pool too much. Not enough pressure or something. Not enough pressure on Asterbait. So now I've got Repunj Bansal. This game was just submitted. It's Repunj Bansal versus Rahul. Oh, okay. So this is you said it's a title player, right? FM or something? There was some Indian player named Rahul who was trapped in Serbia during the pandemic, and they were curing him forcibly. They were curing him forcibly of COVID by pouring Palinka up his nose. He had to go to Dubai for some tournament, and he couldn't pass the COVID test, so he couldn't get a immunity certificate or whatever. And the Drazic was like, okay, we can do this. So they took the guy named Rahul, and they made him drink like half a bottle of Palinka. This is, I know this from a friend. And they first cured his body, and then they cured his soul. But they made him do neti pot treatment with different Rahul, I think. Imagine getting, salt is bad enough, but I can't imagine getting Palinka up the nose. I guess he turned him upside down and held him by his feet, and then they poured the Palinka up his nose till they cured him. Till they cured him with COVID. But it worked, apparently. The next day they took him for his COVID test, and he had killed the COVID. Very effective. It's better than the Belarusian vodka sauna treatments that are recommended by the doctors in Mordor. The orc doctors in Mordor recommend vodka sauna. So e4, c5, knight f3. So you won't get stories like this anywhere else. Watch your 2900 grinders. Boring. d6. You get chess, knowledge, and entertainment here. All the most amusing stories. So we're being Repunj Bansal. d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, and the Najdorf. The Najdorf is the best Sicilian. They do that in Mexico with hot sauce. Wow. Oh, that's how the federales torture informants? They wouldn't want to waste cocaine or anything. Alright. a6. Tamales in the nose. Yeah, probably they got that. The Balkan people probably got it, from the Mexicans. Because there's a lot of connection. They learn their torture techniques in Latin America, and they export it to the Balkans with the drugs, It's a byproduct. cocaine, and torture. So bishop e3, e5. We bring all the best stuff to the Balkans. Knight b3. And then, okay, knight f3 is like a safe line, but this is more dynamic where we're going to usually castle queenside. Dude, I don't know that much here. I played the Kraken. I started playing the Kraken, and I was like, hey, this is like a Najdorf. I'm going to start trying to play the Najdorf. So I started playing the Najdorf in random games. I was always afraid to play the Najdorf since the 80s because it's like the most theoretical Sicilian. But on the other hand, it's probably the best. So, alright, bishop e6, and now there's two moves primarily, queen d2 and f3. You could play other moves. You could transpose back to a Nefedov Najdorf with bishop e2. There's this move, which somewhere I saw something similar recently. But f3 is standard. Now, I think there's some traps here. Like I had a student who like had a game where his opponent did d5, and I think an uninitiated player thinks this is okay for black, but the general rule of thumb is if black achieves d5 and then Najdorf, he's like kind of equalized. I guess this one is a little too early. I guess the point also is if you do like queen d2 and black plays d5, remember, white's going to lose a tempo having moved that queen on d2. For example, takes, takes. Now what good did it do me that I played queen d2? So in the case of f3 though, white would save time not playing queen d2. So d5 is so great here. This h5 is a modern move, but years ago nobody played that. That's like, this is the panacea, the top level panacea where everyone plays h5. But the results have been good. Still, it's not the traditional line. Black usually plays bishop e7, and now queen d2, and now I don't know. I mean, I guess everything's possible. You're playing for g4. It's an English attack. I also want to say, like, I think e5 is the best way for black to play, not e6 but e5. On the other hand, I think positions are a bit more stable. White's slightly better. e6 is like riskier, but white has more space. e5 is more safe for black than e6. But I was going to say, like, black might be able to play queen c7. I don't really know what it does. Probably nothing. So castles are knight on bd7. I mean, I don't know, but b5, I want everybody to understand, like, when you play the black side of the Najdorf, the problem is it's very tempting to play b5. But if you play b5, a lot of times later on, you're going to end up in a situation where, like, this might be a problem, for example. Like this knight coming in here to the c6 square. It's even worse, obviously, if black's knight's already on d7. This is just one reason why oftentimes black wants to be a little bit careful about playing b5 too early. So black castled in the game. You play castles queenside. This is a very standard position. Now black plays knight on bd7, and now they're ready to play like rook c8 maybe. White goes g4, and oftentimes this is a very mainline position. So I had a friend who used to play this way for black. I would prefer the h5 thing. So his knight would often go to h5, or if it can't, then it goes back to e8. Anand has a million games, right? Anand is like an expert, I would imagine, with black, among a lot of other players as well. But here, I don't know, what the main line is. So it turns out this is main line b5, and now g5. Yeah, so if you can go to h5, you should consider going to h5. That's why white oftentimes, maybe would do, let's say, h4. Here's Caruana Vachier. But there's also this. So sometimes you do g5 and then b4. So it's like take, 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 take. Queen's attacked, queen takes. This is another possibility. There's a million variations. So you go g5. This turns out to be the main line. And then, so b4 is the best. According to theory, there's knight h5. There's a lot of games there. The knight gets sidelined on h5 because from e8, it can come back in through c7. This actually is pretty useful. I've seen a lot of examples, again, Anand. Not this exact position, but in general. In general, the knight can get back in the game from e8. I think it's a little harder for it to get back in the game from h5. On h5, it's more just like a blocker. It's just kind of blocking this h-pawn from moving forward. And then it might be able to go to f4. Here, there's like subtle moves. a3, do you want to do that? See, there's a million Caruana games. He's been an expert for a long time. I think that Caruana is one of the best players with white. Going on over 15 years now. So g5, although I don't follow this stuff. Apparently knight e8 is not great. And then h4. Well, you're defending the g5 pawn. It's a natural pawn advance. And if b4, I wanted to say that this move needs to be considered. Right. So Saxec Draw is bringing up the point that this is better if white has played h4 because maybe the g3 square is weakened and you don't have this idea, knight e2, knight g3. So you go to h5, I don't know, rook g1 or something, and if knight e2, let's say, whatever, knight b6, here, this can happen later. Okay, it's a point, it might be relevant later on. What's that? Mr. Slowhand, what's that, a new study? So h4, and now b4, no, a5. Excuse me? I only have one word. Mine. That's mine. Karpov take pawn. The only other move that I would even consider here would be a4, I guess, but this looks risky. You got to take this pawn. And now we have the threat of, I would say, a4. This pawn sack is never been played. It's never been played. It's obviously dubious. b4 is the best move, according to the computer, and then white can consider both moves, knight d5 and knight a4. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. So the guy didn't like that, and he decided to play a5, just sacking the pawn. And okay, sometimes in the Sicilian, a short game from 1998 for Mr. Slow. Thank you. All right. The other guy, there's someone else that does that. That's Saxec Draw. Who is always calling their opponent's other guy. Chapter PGN? Can I do that? No. I'm bringing up my game from 1997 against Lembedol apparently stimulated Mr. Sohan's nostalgia. I was going to say, Mr. Slow, you've been doing these studies and we haven't seen one of your OTB games in a while. Didn't you say you played in a tournament? So let's finish up Ripunj's game. So we see this unsound pawn sack, bishop takes b5, and now a4, a second pawn. Now, what I want to say was, that's you, yeah. A lot of times, there are openings in the Sicilian where you're sacking a pawn to open lines, and taking such pawns is bad. So, the dragon, we might see this kind of pawn sacrifice. But I mean, truthfully, white has quite a build-up. I mean, there's a lot of stuff over here. There's a lot of furniture. I mean, I'm not really seeing this pawn sacrifice. Honestly, it looks like we could take either way. I guess there's one idea. Maybe if knight takes a4, you have like knight c7 or something, undermining the knight at a4. But even that looks dubious. So I would just play like bishop takes d7. So I don't think this is even close to sound. But after bishop takes b5, a4, I mean, what's his idea, I guess? Here, knight b6 or something? Right, like white didn't even really bring any pieces to the king side. They're all over there. Karpov would like win this game in his sleep. Black plays a4, knight takes a4, knight c7. Yeah, exactly what I said. Bishop takes c7, and now bishop takes c7. You have a fork on b6, so he couldn't take with the queen. So now what? Now there's a little bit of a complication. If you play knight b6 now, there's like rook takes a2. And there your guess is as good as mine. I'd rather that didn't happen, but do we have another option? So you could just go back. Yeah. See, he's hoping for this when he has some sort of glimmer of hope here. But after this calm retreat with knight to c3, black is not one but 2 pawns down. And now his only chance is some kind of bullshit. Bringing the pieces. Mr. Slow's doing something crazy. He's doing something crazy. He donated $42.93. That's crazy. Crazy, bringing us up to 1760. 1760 is his new FIDE rating. Thank you, Mr. Slow. Crazy like a fox. He knows I'm going to pay it all back when I get the GM title. With interest. Massive donation from Mr. Slow. Double donation. 4293. We're up to 1760. We're trying to get to 2500 for the World Senior. Thank you, Mr. Slow. Knight c3. It's not crazy. It's an investment. He can't stand odd, strange numbers. Yeah, he's not the only one. We have that problem around here, chess players. So anyway, knight b5, undermining protection of a2. I think we should just take. You did. Bishop takes. And then here we have legit choice. We have to consider the possibility of a3. Looks like king b1. Nothing wrong with that. Queen c7. Now, the good news is that white's attack has been completely stopped. The bad news is black's down 2 pawns. So, we don't need an attack if we're up 2 pawns. h5, bishop c4, and now g6. I'm not sure what the best procedure is at this point. We want to just consolidate. I just want to comment that we need to change our mindset. Asterbate has a problem with this. You need to change your mindset when you're going from attacking to consolidating a material advantage. They're basically like 2 completely different ways of winning. So I think it's 1 pawn is one thing, but when we're up 2 pawns, we have a winning material advantage. Do we want to play h5 Or is there a better way to consolidate? You know, I'm looking at stuff like rook c1. We don't want to fall in the trap of playing passively, though. And I think that h5 is hard. It's hard to question this. This threat is very strong. And this is actually a good move by his opponent, taking away the d5 square. Otherwise, you're going to crush him on the white squares when you get in g6. So the only question is how we're going to finish him off here. g6, okay, fine. I can see that maybe like takes. This. Bishop takes h6 looks very scary. Probably game over. So, also, rook takes h7 looks pretty dangerous, to be fair. Like, rook takes f3, rook takes h7. How long is black going to survive before he gets mated on the h-file? So I think his move, it would be nice to grab that pawn on f3, but there's like no time, realistically. So I think after g6, black didn't really have any other choices. Maybe we're actually threatening h6. So if f5, for example, h6, that looks really dangerous. So I just don't think there's anything better black could have done on the king side. It would only make it worse. Touch any of these pawns and it only makes it worse. You know, it's hard to recommend anything for black. Queen b7. The only thing this does is maybe like prepare queen a6. Now you took, and then maybe black shouldn't take that pawn. Objectively, why? I don't know. I mean, you might go king h8, but then g7's weak anyway. Alright, king takes h7, and then now it's hard to break through. We need to break through against g7. But I think we can do it. Probably rook d, g1. The engine's actually pointing out the fact that you had the knight back. But I mean, I don't know. Do you see anything here for black? Like rook takes a2, check. Does black have any threat here? Wow, apparently he's okay. Almost okay. The computer wants to play knight c1, but I mean, this move's kind of scary move. You're going to have to play b3. But it's good enough. It'll hold. I mean, barring a double piece sacrifice on a2. I have to admit, I probably would have played rook. I would have probably played rook g1. No, knight c1 is not my first idea either. It doesn't seem like it's necessary, and it's blocking the b line, which looks useful, and we can always play a3 if we have to. I have to admit, I see the idea of queen a6, but I've got a3 if I need it. It doesn't look like it's necessary to play knight c1 yet. This is a mistake. Not in spirit, it's not a mistake. Ironically, you're undermining his dark squares, and trading off his bad bishop looks like a strategic mistake, but it's not really. I think that's the only piece that can protect g7. But what you did underestimate was this move, which is counterintuitive. But I guess if he gets in d5 somehow, maybe his bishop will live on that diagonal. But this buys a tempo for him, basically. f6 saves a tempo. You have to go back, and now he has extra time. And now he still has like bishop f8, I guess, to defend the king side. f6 is weakening, but it gave him a free tempo. So again, I would think here. Okay, this is no, this weakening. You got g6, okay, and wouldn't There's kind of a cool idea here. I'm thinking of like bishop h6 in some positions might work. I expected him to play bishop f7 now. You know, you almost might have a queen sack. We need another tempo. Let's just say he goes like here or something. Would this work? Like check, takes, check, king g8, and then rook somewhere? No. We're worse. He can defend somehow. Alright, this isn't going to be possible to sack our queen. Okay, that would be mate on g7, I understand that, but I'm just trying to figure out if queen g6 is going to work in the best case scenario. Bishop f7, rook g1, let's say bishop f8, so here, check, takes, king g8. Does this work? Yes. Okay, we found a queen set that actually worked. Look at this. Now we can't get out of the mate. Unfortunately, it's not enough. I never would have found this. Karpov would have found it, though. Rook d3. Karpov would have found rook d3. That's a typical Karpov move. Consolidating on the queen side. Anyway, this didn't happen. You played bishop g5, f6, bishop e3, then there, and now here, and now bishop f8. And that's not as good as bishop f7, is it? It is. Bishop f8. Looks scary to allow queen g6 check. That's kind of counterintuitive. I would be inclined not to allow that. Yeah, so you played the obvious thing. h6. So what's the point? Okay, h7 is not a danger. Does black have some kind of combo here, like rook takes a2? Does he have this? Oh no. This works. It's a draw, apparently. After rook takes a2. It looks very, very equal. But apparently his move is good too. Bishop takes b3, wow. Oh, because he's going to sack on a2 there anyway. Okay. Yeah, he does it anyway. Okay, I get it. So now it's like somehow a draw. But because the time control was so short, you guys made a lot of mistakes. Oh no. You sacked your queen with queen h7, the brilliancy prize. Heart attack, master. Oh, so you figured you take everything, and then materials even. Drop a pawn. What? Oh no! Oh, we all thought he would take here, and you would go check, and then king f7, and then check, right? This is what you wanted. But he surprised you by going here instead. Isn't king g7 a problem? Oh no. Yeah. So this isn't great. I think we might be lost. I think we need like another pawn on maybe g2 or something. Even then I'm not sure. I don't see how we're going to make a fortress here. I think we're probably lost. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting if you had one more pawn. See, this is just an eventuality. He also has the breaks. But eventually black is going to be able to attack the base of our pawn chain. If we lose f3, we're probably lost. And eventually see. On paper, if you traded like one more pawn, it would probably be a draw. If you lose f3, it's over. That's ultimately the problem with your position. Although here, after this move, I mean, you should be able to put up a little more resistance. But eventually he's going to play f5. I don't think you could survive here. If you could trade your f-pawn for one of his pawns, it would probably be a fortress draw. And that's why you needed another pawn. This is definitely lost. You're going to lose this. Unless you can win on time or something. Wow. Still not clear. Because you're queening as well now. Now there you have rook c7 check. But then there's no way to promote. So you have to go here. Queen a5. Oh no. And so now he should just push his pawn. But he plays the same move. You should repeat. You played rook c8, check, and then what? Oh my god. You found this move. Oh no. It's a draw. And that's a draw. So it's not. Oh no. Lost forced checkmate sequence. Double question mark. Anyway, black wins. Yeah, typical blitz game. Okay, that was entertaining. Back and forth. Typical Najdorf. Very strange play by black. And the sacking of those two pawns was totally unsound. And you should have had him. Alright guys, here's my dream. So, last night, I had a very deep sleep. And very rarely do I have chess dreams that I can actually remember. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've had chess dreams where you think you're dreaming about a game, you think you're dreaming about a position, and you actually saw a position or something like that, or moves you could remember. But last night, because there was this article about U.S. chess and my team tournament in the summer, I guess I was thinking about my games from the from the World Senior Team Championship, and I played Shabalov and the Team USA at the World Senior Team Championship in Krakow in July. And so last night I had this dream that I was playing Shabalov again. I mean, between the article and then going to the World Senior, and Shaba's playing in individual senior for the first time as well. So I dreamt I faced Shabalov again, and the funny thing was, in the last in our careers, Alex was quite a strong GM. I played 5 times against him in something like 25 years, and our first game was in like 1990. Our last game was this year. That's 24 years. No, 34 years, my bad. 34 years. Oh no, just 34 years, okay. So we played 5 times in 34 years. In my dream, I played him again. In my dream was really it was like Picasso, all this weird shit. In the dream, I can't even begin to try to explain it, but the basic idea was I was playing a tournament game with black against Shabalov. There were certain things that were sure, like I was black, it was a tournament. I played the Sicilian defense. This was sure. There was some weird stuff going on with the board. Like the board was like a real wooden set, and there was a lot of glare from a lamp, like Walter Brown type stuff. If I was Walter Brown in the dream, I would have demanded the organizers bring another lamp. But instead, Shabalov did this thing where he took the pieces off the board and shit. So we're playing blindfold. It was really surreal. So we're playing, but we're playing without the pieces on the board, playing a tournament game blindfold, taking the pieces off the board. Then the pieces became a military army of little play army things on the ground. And anyway, the long story is, I lost the game. And I remembered at the end of the dream how I lost the game. So Shabalov played e4. I'll show you guys. He played e4. And I played the Sicilian. And Alex played knight to c3. In my dream, I played an e6. In my dream, like at this point we started playing like, well, I guess basically I played move 1. And then he started like taking the pieces off the board. And we started playing like blindfold. And so in my dream, in my mind, I was playing an open Sicilian. But it turned out that Shaba tricked me and he played like knight c3 on move 2. He did play d4, but he played knight on c3 on move 2. I was playing black as if I was playing like a mainline e6 Sicilian. So I ended up playing as if he was playing a normal order of moves, but he actually played the closed Sicilian move order. And I'm thinking like he played knight f3. It was only at the end of the dream that I realized he hadn't played knight f3, he tricked me, and he played knight c3. Because I was like, Alex, I normally play, I told him I would have played like g6 here. We were talking about this at the end of the dream. I was like, if I had known you played, I was like, if I had known you played knight c3, I would normally play like g6 or so. I should have played the I told him I should have played the accelerated dragon. Why did I play, I'm like an idiot, why did I play e6 against you? I'm like, you're friends with Yermolinsky. You know, he's played this e6 stuff all the time. I don't know. And so I ended up playing e6. And the weird thing was, I got this really strange game where Shaba's queen was in the middle of the board. And I just pretended like it was a normal Sicilian. And it took me a while to figure out like how it happened. But the point was he played this. And in the game I took, and he took with the queen, and I was just like, just pretending like I'm playing like a normal Khan Sicilian with a6 and b5. But White's controlled the center was very dominant, you know, and I ended up just like getting blown away in the dream. It's not so simple in reality. But he had a very dominant position, and I got crushed. But the point that I took away from this is so funny that in my dream I recognized this subconsciously. And if you do play e6, a normal e6 Sicilian, it's normal to play it here. I guess I don't remember. The dream went on for quite a while. It was a long dream. I eventually woke up. But what I found interesting was this line. In my dream I played a6 in a quick b5. And I just remember Shabalov did like a3 and just developed his pieces very quickly and had the upper hand. But I'm thinking like this is a real line. It's been played very infrequently. And I looked at this, I showed it, you know, it's not to be confused with Magnus, by the way. Because Magnus has this thing he does like d4 against d6. And this has become like a trend. You know, queen takes d4, blah, blah, blah. This is a separate thing. Magnus goes b3, bishop b2. But this is a different specific variation. There's a game here, of course, Yabava. Okay, not a great thing. But actually this line has been played by Yabava, Nair, a couple times, Tari, Nizhnik, Timofeyev, Nizhnik, Romanov, my favorite person, Tari, Bernetsky, a lot of guys. Okay, it's totally playable for White. And I think it's actually an interesting idea against e6 Sicilian players. The pieces went Toy Story, something like that, sack draw. You know when you're a kid and you set up everything like it's a war, all the toys in your room, and yeah, the chess game became like that in this room, and it's like, it became like a room, and yeah, our chess game kind of expanded into this weird thing. But anyway, this is the position where I played a6 and then followed up with b5. And I was thinking about it, you know, this is really not The chess pieces were blueberries. No. The chess pieces, he took them off the board. Shabalov took them off the board, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? You're like messing with the board. You can't do that. It's a tournament game. He's like, yeah. And we'll play like this. But I'm thinking like we have to attack with the knights immediately to equalize here. A6 is not as good. It doesn't put as much pressure. You can play knight f6, and I found an interesting line. If e5, knight c6, queen f4, knight d5, and this has never been played. Knight d5, move 11 is very funny. That's interesting. No one's ever played knight f6. But knight c6, queen e3, this is the idea. The Jabava. And now we want to attack the center as fast as possible. So knight f6 is mandatory. And so here there's some games. Knight f3. And now bishop b4. Now I noticed there were some games with this, but this doesn't seem good enough. White's still a tiny bit better here. So I found the critical line. It's bishop b4. And then here, check this out. So there's some games that White's score is good. Ganguly, Wierig, 2024. Pop G beat Hera Imre in the Hungarian Team Championship last fall, a year ago, which is an upset. And another game here, 2024 in Slovakia. This exact variation was played. So check it out. Bishop takes c3 check. But there's a move. So Hera Imre played what? Bishop a5? That's interesting as well. But I found a novelty here that is probably the best. There's a move that's never been played, knight g4. And by playing this move, am I in the right position here? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Knight g4. White's best move is queen f4, and now we have bishop takes c3, b takes c, queen f6. Threatening to trade queens and win the rook with queen takes c3 check. So White has to go into the following endgame. Queen takes f6, and then knight takes f6, hitting the e4 pawn. And Nefedov, if you're still out there, this position is for you. So I know how much you like the two bishops and isolated pawns on the queen side. I call this the Nefedov endgame. Knight takes f6, bishop d3, also possible as e5. A very fast computer said this is better. Bishop d3, and then we get e5, a4 with the Nefidovian, bishop a3, d6, and it's like a Nimzo. Bishop e3, king e7. And the engine says, well, my computer says that White is better by 1/10 of a pawn. But this is basically dynamic equality. But all of this is like a product of because I had a dream about a position. It's so strange, you know. I wanted to check and see if this thing is real. I've had like 2 games where people played this move against me, just out of random chance. And after c takes d4, queen takes d4, there's only 71 games in the database. Not a bad way for White to play, actually, because if you do a6 like I did in my dream. Let's see. Yeah, the computer says f3, but there's all different possibilities. Bishop f4. There's a game here where White won some 2200s, but it just doesn't seem like it's easy. It's kind of like a Jabava London. It doesn't seem like it's easy for Black to equalize. The computer wants to do the Magnus. Oh, this has been played. Heinrich Panman. The Panman? I had a guy in my fraternity in college named Canman. But Panman I wasn't aware of. Panamaniacs. F3, like center attack, looks solid. Yeah, so anyway, it's all, you gotta pay more attention to your dreams. So Shabalov tricked me. But I will say, like, if you don't play e6 variations of the Sicilian, then I don't think this move is good. But I use this move order sometimes to avoid these annoying like knight c6 and bishop b5. I saw this preview of a Chessable with the great Ben Feingold. Ben Feingold has a Chessable course on how to play the Sicilian. He's like totally dismissive of this. I'll show you how to play against this variation. It's like no, it's nothing special. Bullshit. It's actually very problematic for black. Like, look at the score, 40-24. It's driven me crazy for years now. It's a very hard variation to deal with. I would rather like not deal with that at all. You know, if I have a way. So that bishop e5 isn't just a random sideline. You know, Feingold is like sports washing it. It's mansplaining. He's mansplaining. It's chess mansplaining. He's like blah 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 blah. Yeah, dude. Okay, whatever. This is a serious problem. This bishop e5. It's extremely hard to play against and sophisticated. I would rather just avoid it. So anyway, you got d6. You got your e6. You got your a6. You got your g6. Shirazi likes to play knight f6, which is rather dubious. But who knows? You know, if you're creative, you can do it. Alright, anyway, that's my Shabalov dream. Onward and upward. Ubatis has a study for us. Turn off my engine. Oh no. Master's database. Engine. Guys, you didn't see that. Pan was the god of bread. No, but Pan's Labyrinth is a great movie by Guillermo del Toro, in my opinion. It's also the great god Pan was actually Arthur Machen, move 11. I don't know how well you know your early horror writers, but the Welsh author Arthur Machen, influential horror writer. He was a huge influence on others like Lovecraft. That's where the influence of that movie came from. A short story by him. We got Ubatis, Way to Move and Win by Madison. James Madison. White to move. So we're white and we're going this way. White to move, win. White is down the exchange and a pawn. And it's basically busted, except for the fact that white happens to have this pawn on the 6, which is 2 squares away from queening. The only thing here going the right way for white is that pawn on the 6th. Pawn on the 4th, not even close. So it's really hard to believe that this, even with the move, that white would be close to winning. So it's a short study. Do we have moves in here? Knight g5, knight e6. Okay, so knight g5, we should check the forcing move syndrome. Knight g5. Knight g5 check. And we could play knight e6, which would take away the f8. So, in other words, if we play knight g5 check followed by knight e6, we'll prevent rook f8. He can't get behind our pawn because his own pawn's in the way. So he can either get behind on f8, he can go to f7, or he can go to f6. If we play knight g5 check, black plays king g8, probably, although there are other moves like king h6, for example. So let's say knight. Yeah, maybe king h6 is an important defense. Knight g5 check, king h6. And now knight e6, controlling f8. Blocking the rook from being able to go here. And also supporting c7. So now, if I go... You can't get behind it. You can't get over there. You can't get over there in time. Rook A8 would work, but the A pawn's in the way. That's why the A pawn's there. If Rook A1, you know, there's no Rook A7, Rook A8. Oh, you're taking with check. Oh, interesting. So Rook A1 is possible, because this pawn will go with check. And knight d4. Knight d4 isn't going to save us. Because you can just take it. So you can play c7, rook takes a4, check, knight d4. Now if rook takes, we're probably winning. Pawn takes, we're winning. But black can play rook a8 now. And I'm sorry, but that seems problematic. So that's not the solution. If knight g5 check, king h6, so we go c7 first. But if c7 first, wouldn't black have like rook f8? You have some tricks here. Knight e4? No. Check and take. Knight e4 doesn't work. Check and take. c7. c7. Oh, I see. We have knight f7 check. So c7, rook f8, and then knight f7 check. And then the king has to go back, and then we play knight d6. But now the pawns are racing. So no, d8. D8, you dumbass, Sladgy. I have my glasses on and I still can't see. That's a problem. Alright. So let's see if this is a solution. Looks like it. Yeah, so knight g5 check, king h6, c7. But we didn't say c7? We did. That was our final variation. c7. So what we missed was rook f4 check. So black has a move to improve the defense. Rook f4 check. And now king g3. Aha. So that's the only issue. This is very clear. Here, here, and then knight f7 check, followed by knight d8. By the way, if king g7, knight d6 loses. These pawns are too fast. Right. So very cool. There's one move that gives black a chance to save the game. Rook f4 check, king g3, and now you can sack your queen, basically. Here, queen. But this is a problem. Well, this is a technical endgame, you know, and it's not easy, but general rule, if the king is up in front and the pawn is off the 7th rank, black is lost. The pawn needs to be like on g7, and black needs to be able to shuffle the rook between the support squares, like h6 and f6, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. If there's any way this king is you know, pushed up, this pawn is pushed up to the 6th, like black is almost always lost. Wasting time on puzzles, that's what I do. Alright, cool study. Now we got Snedsteg and Mr. Slow. Alright, Snedsteg, let's see your game. This is a tournament game from very long ago in another universe, far away. Kurt Grevious in 2013, so 10 years, 11 years ago. Alright, so you were playing Knight f3. You're black. You were playing black. His opponent was Grievous. He was hurt. He was grievously hurt. No, I'm sorry. My glasses. So knight f3, little name joke. b6. You know, the problem with knight f3, b6, well, no problem. They can force you to play the Owen defense, but if they do, actually you have several options. Knight f3 is b6, not so bad. Because, you know, here you have both the charm Sicilian or like a slightly better than usual Owen defense, where white has played maybe not the most dynamic move, knight f3. So knight f3, b6. Another option is b5 that I played once. I'm 1-0 with this move in tournament play against an IM. We can't play the epic 92 line, right? Okay, so b6 and then g3. And g3 is a solid option. I would prefer having b5 in this case. b6 isn't really as good as b5 here. Bishop b7, d4. So my personal opinion would be white should probably play a King's Indian attack. King's Indian attack, this setup, this kind of hedgehog sort of setup, isn't particularly effective for black. You might be able to play a symmetrical English yet with c5, so probably you should try to get into that. But d4 will allow you to transpose to totally standard Queen's Indian. The best move for black is probably knight f6. There's also this type of experimental nonsense. If you desperately want imbalance, so it's probably not that great. e6 is a normal move. I played bishop g2, and now, of course, you should play knight f6. But you played instead f5. So now we're in a dangerous place because you're playing. What are we playing? You're playing a kind of English defense or Dutch. So if he can play d4, once I lost with white in this kind of thing, reversed. If he can play c4 and d5, we're going to be sad. How is our English defense here? Well, in the English defense, usually white can't set this up, you know. You know, Chernyshov, that's not a good sign. He tries to play this crap. Castles, knight f6, and now c4. Yeah, and so, yeah, you got Chernyshov. I mean, this is basically the Bird Larson in reverse. And it can be good, but only if white doesn't play the best moves. So, idea is white plays d5 and shuts you down. He's going to kill that bishop on b7. So your best bet here, I don't know. You know, I think maybe I would consider a5, g6. I don't know how good bishop e7 is, and I'm sure that c5 is not good. c5 is walking into a minefield. You just started playing here, by the way, after years away from the game, since you're a kid. Yeah, so this is like a known Queen's Indian idea for him to do this pawn sack in the normal position where your pawn is back on f7, but I think here it's even more dangerous because f5 will fall in a lot of cases. So you see this move is like an English defense type of thing. a5 is an idea we're going to absorb d5 and just develop the knight out to, like, you know, a6, and we absorb it, develop the knight out to a6. This is probably one of black's better tries. Let's see, knight d4, And then sometimes queen c8. Here that's not enough to play this. Knight c3, bishop d6. Here's Kalinichev, 2002. Kalinichev, it's not that bad. Unless you allow this is what happened to me against Novikov, where I got this type of thing. That's not good. I mean, actually, what happened against Novikov, it was like this. And I'll just tell you right now, like, this is not good. If this happens and your bishop's on b7, it's like a prisoner, you know, that's the end of it. You know, I was just dead. You can't let him like take your bishop on d6 and have your bishop become a total prisoner. So, especially not if you're playing Novikov. But Kalinichev was an English defense guy. He recommended it to his student Dmitry Bunzman. I remember that. And Bunzman played it against me and others. But yeah, you don't want to take and you don't want to push. You have to try to keep the tension. But c5 is like an acerbate move. Acerbate will do this too early. So d5. Jakob Meister popped up again. He was in a game we looked at earlier today with Yabatis. This one he won, the other one he lost. So now, I guess, you don't really have a choice. Like, you have to take knight h4. And so we're playing a Queen's Indian. You're going to have to play g6 now, and that's what you did. White plays knight c3. Interesting, like, someone here took. Oh, that's what Podzielny did and lost. So this is a subtle move. Knight c3 is important. That guy, oh my god. Poker pro, Kamarash Petar, a friend of mine. Interesting. Kamarash has a game from 1985. He quit chess years ago to play poker. I have to tell him I saw one of his games. But g6, 1985, that's an old game for this type of position. Yeah, this is a subtle move, knight c3. So, it's interesting, Kamarash drew with Hartung. They played knight c6. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5. And now bishop takes d5. And he somehow held this position with, this is an awful position. Black's position is horrifying. It's a miracle he drew this game. That looks terrible. So instead, you had knight c3, bishop g7. Computer actually wants to play any of the above pretty much equally. You can't stop knight d5. The engine is actually coming up with knight e4. Somebody won a game with this. I mean, this is a good Queen's Indian for white. In any case. Yeah, it's difficult there, but I like bishop g7. And so, at this point I would assume white would take. You know, I don't think I really understand. I mean, obviously you could take with a pawn. That's how Podzielny lost. But this is like Schroer. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. Bishop takes d5, queen d5. How big is white's advantage here after something like knight to c6? Just a small edge. So, it's possible your opponent played a very good move here, bishop f4. You know, another possibility obviously is like bishop g5. Let's see what the computer says. So we found it. The bishop g5 is even better. But it makes sense, I mean, to focus on the d5 square, which is the weakness in your position. So this is more like a just active looking move, throwing in these knight b5 ideas. a6, and then kind of a strange move I think from white, but routine. a4. You know, it's not like you're not threatening b5. I mean, you're just trying to prevent him from playing knight b5. And now rook a7, which is a way of defending b7. But I think that now, I mean, honestly, I don't like a4 that much. I believe that white should be better here. And, well, I mean, I guess the issue is that b2 is hanging, but I mean, does it really matter with this b file? So if I take, are you going to take this pawn? Let's see, bishop takes, you have no time, you know. You're going to still have to do this, and he's all over you here with bishop d6 or something. So white is just almost winning. But I just want to point out, like, his mistake, really. a4 kind of wasting time, rook a7, and then this is definitely a mistake. This is a huge mistake. This defeats the whole purpose of his position. You're still, it's possible you're still a lot worse, but I think, like, giving up that square, you know, that lock on d5 now changes the whole character. This is how Pozzielny lost against Jakob Meister. He took with the pawn. If you take with the pawn now, it's a different game. d6, it's almost like a normal Benoni. This can actually come into the game. That's the Asterbait maneuver. If you play his knight f3, you can play h6 and try to keep him off of. That's, well, likely going to happen. So he played queen d2 to stop you from bishop h6, stop you from h6, threatening knight g5, threatening knight e6. But this also blocks control of e4. Do we have anything here? Ever? Bishop c8. Asterbait knows. Asterbait knows. This is a Benoni. You know? We corrected our bishop back to c8. It's guarding e6. And so I still expect knight g5. And then white can maybe play this as a pawn sack. I was expecting you to go here. Maybe queen e7. But this pawn is a problem. When he goes knight e6, you take, he takes, you take. This is going to open up pressure on the d6. So you got to be prepared for that. Therefore, rook e8 makes sense. That way, that rook won't be getting hit by bishop takes d6. So I expected this, 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 and this, and then something like this. But you're like hanging on. It looks like. I mean, white has compensation. You know, I don't know what the evaluation is here. I don't think that white is worse, even though white's down a pawn. So you have a lot of weaknesses. But he decided to go for e4. This guy's clearly a good player. But we all make mistakes. So e4 trying to blast it open. And then you have time for h6. He goes in. He's trying to undermine or blow up the light squares. Bishop takes e6. Takes. And now... No, I think we're at like Yasser Seirawan territory here now. The famous Yasser game where he busted somebody's like Dutch with a peace sack. Thank you for the subscription, G Spites. So our big question would be after g5, Sensei trying to bail himself out tactically against an experienced FIDE master here. But the question is, could white sack a piece with like a positional piece sacrifice? For example, pawn takes f5, pawn takes f4. I gotta say, I think you're in like deep shit here after queen takes f4. It would be very hard for black to organize. I think it would be hard for black to organize the defense. But the computer thinks black can do it. There's only one move, apparently. Well, okay, this is pretty logical, though. d5. d5, what happens if he takes? Oh, this is defended. It's defended. So you can play d5. Wow. So apparently there's even better ways to do it. He could sacrifice here. Engine's looking at everything, every kind of possibility. But you know, g5 is a good try. I think, like, you know, you got a player who has positional advantage. He wants to keep it clear, and you're making the situation very murky. White has a lot of choices here, and that's a problem always for me. The more ways I have that I can go, the harder it is to play. Yeah, he's got bishop takes g5, he's got e5, he's got bishop e3. I mean, this, and he's got to sit there like considering pawn takes f5. He plays like this, the safer move. And you know, your king is wide open, but he has to swap some pieces. And obviously this is fatal if that bishop gets in on the white squares. But you are up a pawn. Now, are you planning on moving any other pawns in this game? You don't have a problem with that. And I think that's good. You know, a lot of people are too dogmatic about not using their pawns, as I pointed out earlier. You have no problem with moving pawns. You have no hang-up about that. On the other hand, we have to be careful. Every time we move a pawn, we create a weakness. You have a lot of weaknesses here. But white's going to have to play well to win this game. Rook a d1, king h8. The dark squares are safe. He takes, you take with a bishop. I mean, at this point now you got your king off the white squares. So bishop d5 is not a threat. So we have a position, it's 5 pawns against 6, and I'd say, without really evaluating too much, like before, white has compensation for the sacrificed pawn. He has compensation for the sacrificed pawn. Your knight never moved. It's still a problem. This is the Queen's Indian knight, you know. And you said you didn't like Kamrash's move, but, well, at least his knight got to c6, so it's a debate. But I would be very happy to get a draw here with black. The evaluation is +2. But you're fighting. Bishop h3. You know, I'm not impressed by bishop h3 particularly. It does stop g4. I mean, I think ultimately, like, he's going to have to bust you with a pawn break at some point. You know, either f4 or h4. Because he's not going to win with his queenside majority. You know what I mean? There's a problem, though. I mean, bishop h3, like, it takes off this pressure on c6. Okay, so he's just going to take the d6 pawn, I see. He takes the pawn. And now, your h6 is hanging. So if you trade, this is hanging, and b2 would result in losing 2 pawns for the price of 1. Check, king here, and now either rook takes b6. Your chances of survival here are not really good. Looks like you're losing another pawn. So you're in a lot of trouble. Risky opening. against a strong player. No surprise if you lose. But b3, your knight still didn't move. So, can we hang on somehow? You played a5. I mean, this is a sensible decision. Keeping your structure intact, preventing a5. You have two islands. If you keep them together, you'll hang on for a draw. Now rook d5. Very weird move, in my opinion. Was your idea to play knight a6? Knight a6, knight b4? Is he threatening something? Maybe he's threatening something I'm missing here? Queen c6? If knight a6? I don't know. I feel like you're almost hanging on. But okay, white's got two bishops and his pawn majority is mobile. This is obviously like not good. You defended the pawn and then you played bishop e5. Yeah, I mean now bishop g2. Can you go here again? I don't know, you have something against your knight. You played bishop e5. I need to get this knight somewhere. Bishop e5, rook d3, okay. If that's his best move, then it's no problem. I guess he had nowhere to go. Okay, bishop e5 here, and now rook on b7. You still didn't move your knight. Now you wanted to go to c6. So you went here, preparing knight c6. Actually not. You're still not threatening knight c6 because of bishop d7. But I mean, this is the best your position has been like since move 15 or something. Right now. I mean, I think this is the closest you've come to holding on. The problem with this is we still can't play knight c6 because of the move bishop d7. If you're going to not play knight a6 in this position, I think and you know, you're not doing this. Why are we not doing this? Because of like bishop g2, right? Then, you know, you need to at least have the threat of going to c6. But going here, we're not even threatening knight c6. So do we have a better move? What about like rook c7? I know it looks lame, but it seems like we might actually be able to play knight c6 there. And if we could actually play knight c6, we could actually maybe save the game. Damn. Dude, this saves the game, it looks like. Computer still wants to play... Oh, no, rook e7. Uh-huh. Dude, I found it. That's a good move. Rook c7 is a good move. You're hanging on here. But I think this is a bad choice. Because you still can't develop with knight c6. Now f4, debatable. Takes. At this point, you know, you need to seriously consider sacking a pawn. But I'm not sure how good his f4 was. Even this is probably not enough. Because your knight, the best square is like b4 and it just doesn't do anything. You're probably losing. Even bishop takes f4, excuse me? Bishop takes f4. What do you mean bishop takes f4? You mean for him? No. f4, bishop takes f4. Oh no, you had bishop takes f4. Oh. Yeah, f4 was a bad move by white. It was a bad move, but he's probably not winning anymore. He didn't quite take enough risks or something. Yeah, bishop takes f4 is better. But this is very passive. There's nothing protecting your king, by the way. Computer likes bishop c7. Yeah, I don't like it anymore. I mean, yeah, this is bad because of rook coming in there later. Yeah, that was a shame. It looks like... Sorry, bishop takes f4 would have probably saved the game. Literally. I mean, maybe he has something. He could even play that. You know, bishop takes, pawn takes, I don't know. You have 4 isolated pawns, and some of them are going to fall. But it's probably a draw. But I would recommend moving your knight at some point, you know. I like to be a wise ass. But, I mean, this is the... I did a whole chapter on the middle game and the Queen's Indian Knight. The problem piece. I mean, this is the problem piece of this opening. And anytime you play things like the Queen's Indian, the English defense, and, you know, b3, you of all people who play b3 and acerbate need to know. It's a need-to-know basis. That's the problem. Your knight on b1 doesn't move. Your knight on b8 doesn't move, but you're not urgent enough about it. So this is unpleasant. Now the g-file is dangerous. And a6 sucks, like I get that. And you're just permanently facing rook, bishop d7. Now the white squares. But you're finally threatening knight c6. He plays f5. I'm going to kill myself, dude. He played f5. Okay, now he's threatening rook g6. I mean, geez, dude. How can you not... He's threatening rook g6. Okay. And then rook takes h6 check. Oh my god. Alright, so this again is prevented, because if here he's got rook g6. Please let me freaking get out of this somehow. Knight d7. Knight d7, rook g6 is still bad. So that's why I wanted my bishop on f6, but it doesn't help. So this is desperation. King g2. Can we draw this? It looks pretty bad. King g2 is a weird move. He's just defending. What's wrong with rook g6? Rook f6. What are you saying? Like, in what position? You mean like knight d7? Rook g6, rook f6? Rook takes d7. I was looking at that. There seems to be a problem there. He just didn't know what to do. He defended his pawn, but this is lame. And now he has the rook d7, but hold on a second now. So if you play knight c6 here, he has rook d7 check, rook f7, bishop takes h6 check. Oh, god damn it. I resigned against Nefedov again. So bishop takes h6 check. King f6. So I'm just wondering, do we have any chance to survive here? Because we finally got our pieces developed, and his bishops aren't exactly ideally placed. So like take. Is this lost? It looks like you still have a small chance to save the game. I think there's some hope there, because the structure's not ideal. But okay, rook f7, and now here, And now that's a new diagonal. And now you finally played knight c6. Thank you. You did it. Check, and now I know you wanted to sack this pawn. Dude, what? Oh no. There's no way I'm playing king h7. The first option is to sack the exchange. I mean sack the pawn with knight d4. And that's the technical ending. I mean, I'm gonna play this. This is variation B. Variation A is probably like bishop e5. Bishop e5. Let's say takes. Rook d6. It's a draw. Oh my god. So you actually reach an equal position. But I can't believe you played this king h7. Oh no. And then his move doesn't do that much. And then you played knight e5. It was clumsy. And you finally got opposite-colored bishops. And he's got more space. It's a little awkward. This is awkward. I would consider other moves like bishop d4. Oh no. What is that? What is that? f6. Bishop takes. This is a draw. Well, you can't claim a draw, but I mean, it's obviously a draw. Not good. That king should not be on h7. No, I like your rook is kind of active. And you're cutting him off, so I think you should probably play king h8 at this point. It's hard to see how white's going to win, you know, there. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It looks like one of Yabatis shared a similar study today where the opponent won. This is terrible. We can probably still move the rook back. You did. Okay. You know, I would just go here. Rook e5. I'm not saying this is easy. And you play king g7 trying to get up. I've fallen and I can't get up. Check. King h8. You know, this is obviously not recommended. And it's entirely possible you're losing if you lose your h-pawn. Like, say, here. But you got that. Check, king up loses the rook. So you're going to have to give him... No, you could go back. He's actually not making progress there. So you just, like, kind of lost in some sort of blunder. I don't like the way you played with your king. Bishop c4 check, king h8. King f4, are you getting mated or something? Rook g7 and you mated yourself. Well, there's no way you put your king on h8. I mean, I'm not doing that. You know, you can defend that pawn with bishop d2. So, under no circumstances I'm putting my king on h8. You could have gone to f8. This isn't as bad, obviously. And if necessary, you know, we'll defend the pawn with the bishop from the distance. And if I have to drop my c5 pawn or something, that's fine. You can win one of those pawns, but I'm not letting you have the h pawn. But under no circumstances you put your king in the corner. This is like panic. Ugh. That guy did not really deserve to win. I mean, you know, he didn't play great in the end game. The opening he played well, but the end game, you know, it's hard to say he really deserved it. Yeah, tough game. Mr. Slow, last game for today. Oh, it's a Magnus attack. So Mr. Slow playing the Magnus attack. And I want to thank Mr. Slow for his generous donations in general, and especially 2 big donations today. We're up to 1760. We have 500 and how much do we have to go? No, we have $740 to go to reach the goal. I still got to pay for my charter flight. I think they said 350 euros. You're not going to ask Sex Draw. Your game is in there. You're not going to analyze my game, dude. It's a last minute edition. I didn't know I got a game from you, and it's a study private. Check out Sex Draw. He sends me study private, and I'm supposed to analyze it. Wait, I'll use my psychic powers. I had a dream about Sex Draw's game. Mr. Slow, yeah, you missed Easter's game. Snap! Error 404. You're not allowed to analyze that game. No, you should submit it later next time. No, it was 2 hours ago. I didn't notice. You know, you send in these secret games and I didn't know. I'm really into analyzing the games here. I was unaware you had submitted a game. Saxic Draw. Sharing and exporting were disabled by the study owner. It still doesn't work. Alright, now. Sharing and exporting were disabled by the study owner. That's crazy. I can't even see the PGN. Can I click on the moves or something? Reload. I did reload. I did reload. It doesn't matter, bro. You got some kind of setting. Anyway, I'm going to analyze Mr. Slow's game. Alright. So Mr. Slow is playing white. Damn, dude, that was some strict settings you got there. I've never had that much trouble like trying to load a PGN before. It's like top secret. The FBI is in on it, the CIA. Knight f3, d6, d4. C takes d4, queen takes d4. So it's like my dream. But, you know, the difference between this variation is important. This is basically a Magnus line. But, no, that's the other line. I'm sorry. This is a blah, blah, blah. It's not a Magnus line. This is a check over. Sorry. But I just want to make the point about the other variation. When I do e6, when you do like knight c3, e6, black wants to challenge white's setup with d5. If I do d6, you know, you can't play for that. And that's where that's the Magnus variation. Knight c3, d6, d4. And now, no, black can't achieve d5. And my point is, and Magnus's point, no, here. Yeah, b3, your other b6. But, you know, I guess the moral of the story is, if black can't achieve d5, then he can't really equalize completely. Thus, you know, the Magnus system is viable for white. I mean, white has a very small edge, kind of lasting small edge. But no, Mr. Slow's playing a check over. So knight f3, d6, d4, take with the queen. Okay, this is similar. Again, black can't achieve d5, so you've got no easy way to achieve d5. White can play like a Marazzi with c4. or just normal sort of knight c3 stuff. So black plays knight c6. Also possible is a6. Knight f6, my friend Emil, the farmer, plays that. And Emil is like an anti-farmer. He farms out his rating points. Knight f6, another variation. So anyway. Yeah, knight f6 is interesting. Okay, knight c6 main line, bishop b5 main line, bishop d7, bishop c6. By the way, we need to take a look at another possibility here, boys and girls. Speaking of Magnus, has anyone played this? The Evil Karyakin, Grishuk, Giri, and Pomniachi. This is very similar to a bishop b5. I think this is worth looking at. Well, yeah, maybe Magnus hasn't played this, but it's something like reminding me of him. This is an interesting move. White doesn't have to take on c6. This is also but much more obscure here. I don't think it makes much sense. I mean, if black's not playing for d5, so we're not like scaring him off of d5. d3 makes sense. Keeps the bishop protected, supports d5. Alright, anyway, main line, bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6. So this is the main line. c4 is another variation. Never been considered as dangerous as knight c3 and castle's queenside. I guess this is a move. Has this been played by anyone good? Gregory Kaidan of 1995. Oh, offbeat line. He took Kudrin out of book with bishop b5. Vasiyukov played it. So apparently this is bad. Wow. f6 is better for black. Damn, bro. There must be something seriously wrong with this position. How is this better for black? Holy crap. What? f6? Bishop e3? e5? Wow. Niebuhr. Oh my god. Not such an old game. This guy, I love this guy's name. Paul Bierenbloodsprot. Queen c4. Black gets in d5, damn. He just totally smacked him. That's brutal. You can't stop it. So bishop g5 is just bad. Alright, anyway, interesting stuff. So Mr. Slow, main line, and then e5. We need a command for regulars. We need a command. Regulars. Don't tell me there's another game. Alright. This is weird. e5. Abhijit Gupta played that? Who you fan? Alright, how bad can it be? Black's playing it like it's a bishop b5 line. Like a Magnus Moscow variation. But everybody knows like the main line is knight f6. So e5, queen d3, and now h6. This is a typical idea in the bishop b5 Moscow variations. Taking away the g5 square from bishop b5 so you don't get pinned, and white can't like crank down on the d5 square by going bishop g5 and taking out the knight on f6. The downside is that weakens some squares, so stuff like knight h4, knight f5, knight g6 could happen later. But it's a totally reasonable move by black. You almost kind of wonder if this could transpose. He got spanked by my 1800 rated friend. Oh my god. He was like 2600. That guy's a good player. Wow. Bishop e3. Yeah, but it's India, man. Every 1800 is like 2400. 1800 is the new 2400. Bishop e3, knight f6. And this is Mr. Slow tournament game, by the way. h6. That kind of limits your scope. So e3, a4. I don't see anything wrong with a4. But I think the problem might be maybe black will get in d5 eventually. Could you go like Magnus style? This has been played by 2 GMs. Speaking of Magnus style, b3. It's ugly. Here, knight f6. And I would say I was 90% of the time expecting Mr. Slow to castle kingside. This is just not the kind of structure where you normally castle queenside. I would think, but apparently I'm wrong. Now, in the lines where black plays e6, you often castle queenside. But in those lines, you have like a kingside attack with the pawns. There's like pawn storms. With the pawn on e6, it's like a more normal open Sicilian. You're castling queenside. You're going, like f3, knight d4, f3, g4, h4, g5. Here, there's no pawn storm on the kingside. So I was expecting him to castle kingside. But apparently, this is pretty good. Castle queenside. Why not? Well, I mean, I would be scared of b5 type of stuff. That's what Repunch opponent would play in Blitz. Or no, a5 followed by b5. b5 is unsound. I just don't know why. So what's the problem here? It just doesn't threaten anything. The point is, like, this just isn't a big deal. Like, b4 isn't a big deal. Well, I figure you could do anything you want. Just king b1. b4. Dude, I had a kick account, but it's been so lame. Like, why would I stream there? There's like no viewers, and people don't trust Kick because it's all about gambling and stuff. It's just not reputable. It's not as reputable. I don't know, Repunch. I don't think like sponsoring 100K is really going to change anything. b4, knight d5. You just go here. So I guess b5 is just overrated. So bishop e7, and now h3. Mr. Slow knows everything. How do you know? How do you know so much theory? When was this from? This was played in 1998. Mr. Slow was playing theory before these grandmasters even knew it was theory. Well, okay. There's only a couple of grandmasters. Mamedov. Mamedov repeating Mr. Slow's games. Okay. It's a classic kind of line. Hasan Daroglu. He's a Turkish GM. Anyway. Alright, knight f6, castles. Bishop e7, h3. Castles, g4. Only know how to push pawns. In those days, Mr. Slow was young and inspired. 98. Yeah, this is very deep. Can I play d5? Because I really want to play d5. I'm going to guess that doesn't work. Oh, check it out. It's Hazdoroglu versus Jan Markos. So a friend of mine just told me that they recommended Jan Markos, or Markos. I'm saying it like a Hungarian. No, Hikaru has been streaming on Kick for a lot longer than that, Fancy Chess. For like 2 years or something. Since it started. But, I was one of the first people to try, but for chess players, but it's not new news. So knight d7. Someone played b5. Yeah, I'm very skeptical. Do I know you, Mr. Slowhand Grind? No. He's German. Have you ever been to Germany? Have you been to Bavaria? Oh God, here we go. Alright, I'm done. We're not talking about this bullshit chess gossip. You're timed out. Your punch is timed out. I like it private. He likes to be private. 97. Yeah, he doesn't want to be a VIP. He's secret. He's a secret German aristocrat who sponsors his high-level meetings with Republican like Supreme Court justices at Mar-a-Lago. No, alright, I'm going to shut up now. No more reveals. So g4, very primitive attack. But I'm just checking out what Jan Markos did. He did b5 and survived. That's back in 2006. I played Hazdoroglu around that time. I didn't remember our game. It was a draw. That's all I remember. g4, b5. I never played Jan Markos, but he's a little mysterious. Slovakian Grandmaster. He was over 2,600. Now I hear nothing about him. Okay. Oh, I know what it was. Somebody was telling me the guy is like a real academic. You know, unlike most chess players, Markos is apparently like educated beyond chess. Very unusual. Sort of like Jonathan Rosen. He's actually capable of writing a book because he has some non-chess skills. g4, 97. That's very passive by black. So Abergel, who's a Swiss player, I believe, or French, played queen a5. That's active, and like b5's active. Though again, I think b5 might be a little overrated. I'm not sure how serious a threat that really is. I think white's just better, Mr. Slow. Tomaszewski's professor. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah, you don't hear his name anymore. This feels too passive. So no g5. Oh, so quiet, Mr. Slow. Why so quiet? Mr. Slow, like, why aren't you like trying to blow him away with like h4 here? He was 2,700, yeah. So everybody's 2,700. It's so 80s, you know. h4. Why not h4? I can't believe Mr. Slow playing prophylactic move, queen e2. Black's in trouble though. There's no coming back from knight d7. Queen a5 now. Then it's possible to play knight c5, but he still doesn't have any threats. Now you went g5, and black goes h5, keeping the lines closed. I still think that black is probably strategically lost now. And then I expected the prophylactic king b1. Mr. Slow just keeps you guessing, like you never know. 1 minute he's going caveman, the next minute it's like a prophylactic move. So now you expect king b1, he plays knight h4. It's pretty funny. I want to play knight d5, but this move attacks h5, and now we got very beautiful knight f5 sacrifices lined up. And Mr. Slow's been known to study Velimirovich. g6. Oh man, the other guy. Now, I gotta be honest with you, I mean, this looks strong right away. Good with the Wikipedia. You should just put a direct link to Wikipedia in our stream. You have access 24/7 for Repunj. g6, knight f5. Now don't get your info from chessgames.com, Repunj. Okay, be careful with that. g6, rook hg1. This is over. It's over preparation, man. It's over preparation. This is overkill. I can't believe you didn't play knight h5, knight f5 right away. This looks killing. I mean, pawn takes pawn. Don't you have everything here? I guess you didn't like your rook hanging on this line. I bet white's like winning anyway. He is. Your attack is so strong you can literally sack your whole rook and still be winning. But I guess your position is a sure thing. I mean, basically, I think black's in trouble. These guys were already worse, like Jan Marcos and Hazaroglu with these moves. But I think after knight d7, black's probably close to lost. This is a sneaky move. Black's got to find some kind of real move here. But this ain't it. And now after g5, maybe taking, but it's still horrible. I think black's like lost anyway. There's no way you're surviving after that. This is a very beautiful move. Knight h4. He could have moved his rook and played like maybe knight f8 or something, you know. If we had time to move the rook and play like knight f8 or bishop f8, it seems terrible. g6, and then here. And now, again, gotta move the rook, try to play bishop f8. He goes here. Come on, bro. This is obviously crushing knight f5. You have to move your rook. And then on knight f5, maybe you can play anything else. I don't know. Here. Give him the d-pawn. It looks terrible. It looks terrible. So I expect to be crushed here. And then we just get the simple, like, 2 knights versus 2 bishops. This happened once in Zalakarosh, where what's his face? One of those very strong Indian players. I forget who it was. Akshat Chandra or somebody did this against Erdosh in a Roy Lopez. Yeah, it's over. Knight f5 is over. So he's gonna just ignore it. Play rook e8. Nope, played that. That's worse. Why not rook e8? At least. Why does he keep moving the same pieces again and again? Okay, you could play knight takes e7 check and knight d5 and have a clear advantage, but maybe not enough to win. So how are we going to break through? h4 here. I was expecting like knight g3 come back and sack on h5. I resigned against Nefedov again. I'm still not 100%, guys. My cold is still with me. My brain hurts. Check here. By the way, what about king g7? How are you going to beat him? I mean, you're not going to win quickly, are you, Mr. Slow? How are you going to win quickly? You have queen c4. We're going to have to win slowly here. Oh no. Queen f3, where did that come from? Oh my god, I didn't see it. So king f8, why? But why king f8? Because he didn't want another check. He's playing for a win. I mean, if he goes to g7, you could play knight f5 check. And if it's a high-rated player, you could even offer them a draw or something after this. If you wanted. You could play for a win, obviously. You're clearly better. You're positionally winning. But if it was like a grandmaster, maybe you give him a draw. But I mean, king f8, what's the purpose of that? He's like trying to win or something? Why would black prefer king f8 to king g8? I seriously don't understand. King f8? Like, so your pieces don't have squares? And you can't protect f7? This is a disaster. Alright, so king f8, queen f3. Yeah, I missed it. I saw queen c4, but I didn't see queen f3. Because I'm like looking at the position from... I'm looking at the position... Yeah, that'll be... I'm just going to give you a timeout. Queen f3. Yeah, you know who's on the Russian Chess Federation board of directors? Dmitry Peskov or whatever, the Kremlin spokesman, and Sergei Shoigu, the former defense minister. They're both on the board, the Russian Chess Association board of directors. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Alright, I bet they don't even, like, they're not even, like, rated players, probably. They can't even play. Nice country. Mordor. Alright, queen f3, rook takes d1 check, rook takes d1, and then bishop d8. Obviously the convenient way to defend f7. And now knight d5. And so we got another knight coming in. There was, yeah, I like referring to Mordor and orcs. Knight d5, bishop takes d5, rook takes d5. Little did J.R.R. Tolkien know he'd be predicting the future. No, we're just talking about fantasy, Nefedov, and Mordor, and J.R.R. Tolkien, and the orcs. But Ripunj started it. b6. Did you read your fantasy novels lately? Any George Orwell, for example? b6, queen c3, f6, queen c4. There's another move, queen c4 there. Looks very good. Mr. Slow likes the other diagonal. Perhaps he didn't like... oh, this is kind of sneaky. You get a really nasty mate here. If you play queen c4, b5, rook takes d8, check. Rook takes d8. This is beautiful. Queen check, king e7, check, or maybe pawn takes pawn? Man, pawn takes pawn looks nasty. Pawn takes pawn. Actually, then he can survive. Check, here, check, here. Needless to say, this is not good for black. f6, it's not forced mate. Queen h3. And now if queen c8, rook d7. That's right. That's also George Orwell. One of my favorites, Animal Farm. Very good. Queen h3, f takes g5, rook d7. And now this is finally curtains. G4. Oh, you did find the diagonal. You didn't want to go to B3? That's also good. Either way. White squares. Alright. Yeah, that's a good lesson on the D5 square. Straight out of, the most destructive chess games ever played by Chernev. I think, basically, it's a very complicated explanation as to why black shouldn't play E5. The thing is, you got very similar variations, frankly, in the Magnus lines with bishop E5 check, knight D7, let's say D4. Let's compare this for a second, knight F6, knight C3, pawn takes pawn, queen takes D4, E5, queen D3, H6. So, seriously, what do you think? This variation versus that. Why is this not bad for black? Omni Fetus. The wealthy animals. Exactly, Animal Farm. So, when the animals learn, they learn that some of the animals are more equal than others. Great story. Damn, that's a nice black color. And the animals were good at chess and poker. Maybe. What does black mean? You've been timed out in the last 5 minutes? So, H4, rook FD8, knight H6 check. Why am I looking at that? Anyway, what do you guys think? A6 here? We're gonna castle queenside? Let's take a look at A6. Takes, check, bishop takes D7. So, the thing that I find interesting is that you have a very similar line, ostensibly. Very similar line. But one of the most important things is probably the rook's ability to come to the C file and hit this C line very quickly. The bishop on C6 sucks because it gets in the way of rook on C8. So notice, nobody's going to castle queenside in these type of lines, so they're out of their mind, because welcome to the C file, and boom. I have a headache already, so we're not doing politics hour. No matter how much Nefedov would like that, I'm still not recovered. But I just want to point this out here. Takes, here, and then here. And as much as this looks like a Magnus bishop b5 check, bishop takes d7, I guess black's problem is really that, how fast can you mobilize this thing? But if we take some time here for a second, black automatically played this h6. Why is h6 necessary? Why is h6 necessary here? So, what if we did, for example, rook c8? And what's black going to do? Like bishop d7 and go back? I mean, I think it still might be better than h6. Would that discourage queenside castling? And if so, do we not get mated brutally on the king side in like 30 moves of black here? The computer likes h6 as well. But Mr. Slow. Knight f6, routine move. And then suddenly, boom! White castles queenside, out of the blue, and like black's getting checkmated all over the place. So bishop e7, that's widely the number one move. But actually, this move deserves like serious consideration, novelty. And look at the breakdown. But even bishop e7 is okay. Mr. Slow with h3. And now castles is okay. But like, where did everything go wrong, man? g4? And it feels like black's already worse. So it's not. Apparently, like, Hazendraglu Markos was the model game, b5. I didn't think this was just such a big deal. But the problem is, if you just ignore it, then b4, knight d5, bishop d5, pawn d5, and e4 like force your pieces. So you have to go g5. Markos takes, and he takes with the bishop. And now b4, and now he takes. And this is all like forced. B takes c3, bishop takes e7. Oops, check, my king's messed up. King b1, and black is better. Wow. That's like freaking perfect. Like, black played a perfect game, and somehow white hung on for a draw there. So Mr. Slow's scheme, Mr. Slow's scheme may not be that sound at the end of the day. I think I feel a little skeptical of castling queenside. I don't understand why there's 34 games with castles queenside and 10 games with castles kingside in this position. What's up with that? Why is everyone a freaking maniac like Mr. Slow? I told you guys I thought it would be more normal to castle kingside. I don't see any reason white has to roll the dice here with this queenside castles thing, and I can't believe there's 34 games with that move. Who are these people? Who are these 34 people that played this? Insanity. It's too much. But there is an interesting move there. Knight h4. No. On the next move. Okay. Castles. Bishop e7. Knight h4. Nevnici. I think Nevnici is a positional player. I found that if you talk to another chess player and they vastly misunderstand the style of other players, they're probably like a Donald Trump supporter. Oh, there we go with politics again. If you think that Nevnici is a tactical player, you might be a supporter of Donald Trump. That's all I'm saying. Trouble grasping like reality. It's all about perspective. Anyway, alright, that was Mr. Slow. And then we got one last game from Sack Draw, and I can finally go. Oh no, that was the last game. Check this out. Sack Draw's latest. I'm gonna kill myself, dude. Are you trolling me? Sack Draw, are you still here? This is your latest submission. No moves. I'm going to analyze this position. Maybe I'll have a dream about it tonight. Dude. Alright. Here it is. Whew. My head hurts. I think we finally got there. Talk about making it difficult. Yeah. Oh no, you're black? You're black. I used to play this with white. Well, I played it for both sides. But I've never been a favorite. I like to play c5. Like against Lambert-Ol. We saw earlier today. I have castled occasionally. And then again, of course, c5 is the line. I like kind of prefer c5. You can also play b6 or rook e. I was looking at this. This is an interesting move. I think this is worth a shot. This rook e8 line. Seriously. I was going to play this at the World Senior last year. But the variation didn't... The game I was preparing for it didn't come up. There's two ways to play it. Actually, it looks like there's lines where d5 is actually better. So white goes like 92, and you do d5. This line has a very good track record. Yeah, it looks like, you know, you would do d6 and e5, but actually d5. Yeah, Gukesh, you see. This is interesting stuff. It's kind of new. Yeah, it looked good. I checked it with the computer. Rook e8 is a good move. I mean, I've known it for a long time against the Rubinstein. I've played this. This is well known. And then like a3, bishop f8. And here again, it's very interesting. If white plays knight g3, I always used to do like d6, but it looks like d5. You know, the idea is d5. And I thought that was unusual, but it became very trendy. So anyway. Well, you could always play rook e8, right? This is more like a Rogozin, if you think about it. Now rook e8 will transpose. So that's probably best. So what you do here is, by playing c5, we're going to transpose to something else. We could play a3. If c takes d5, what do? We take back with the... Take back with the pawn. This looks familiar. Oh, I think I had this position. Maybe this was my game with Joka Gal or something. I think I misplayed this somewhere recently. Ironically, I think I had this position. c5 last February, or this past February. Castles. C takes d4. This is standard now. And now you're back into kind of normal line. I don't know that c5 is a threat here. But d takes c4 is definitely like standard. What is that, your shoe size? Well, I mean, no, it's like a known position. I guess that you'd be better off. I mean, we can't be professional chess players and going on the lichess database, but I also hate chess base, so I don't want to like support ChessBase, but a real database, we're going to need more games, and there's going to be more games than 132 probably. I would assume that this is just so-called master games, but it also doesn't have like any games from before 1960. It's like ridiculous, you know. There could be a World Championship game. There's a lot more games. Let's just say that. This is absolutely a standard position. It's also with the pawn, with the knight on f3, but there's differences, you know. There's subtle differences. Your argument that like the knight is better placed on f3 than on e2 is valid, but I don't think it's that simple, you know. It changes the position subtly. So I've definitely had this position with both colors. Now, knight c6 is the main move, but it's not necessarily best. India, everything is like copied. I used to know Indian chess players, and they would have every book known to man was like, they would like publish their own like pirated copies. The Indian chess players would always bring like pirated copies of books to tournaments and stuff. But I think it's funny that we don't even have games from like the World Championship and stuff in these lichess opening explorers and stuff. Knight c6 is a normal move, but also you might want to consider other options. When would we want to play knight d7, for example? We're supporting f6 knight in case of a pin, and we can later play b6, bishop b7. So I think that maybe you should think more about the piece placement rather than focusing on the isolated pawn. White can liquidate that pawn, and like, you got knight a5 here. Actually, you can't, but oftentimes it happens very quickly. This is good for us. Oh, actually, yeah. Okay, so here, and now Kamsky Kramnik 2007. Kamsky, funny. Kamsky Karpov losing like at least one or two really bad games in the candidates match in 1996. He like looked pretty bad. He did win one, I think, but Karpov made him look very, very wet under the ears. Wet behind the ears, even. Bishop g5. Now bishop e7. I don't know what other options we have there. You could play h6. I think I might have banned that word, yes. d5, h6. Bishop h4. And then they end up going bishop e7 anyway. Someone played knight e7 here. Oh my god. If you're going to play knight e7, then don't play h6. I would say it's better to play knight h7 here. But I think this is an issue. Like, if he takes this knight coming here and here, or here and here, I'm not sure that we want to do this with that knight when it has this availability. Maybe against the knight on f3, the structure is actually better than it is here. So anyway, okay, you played a standard way, like bishop e7. Look how many games there are now. Now there's a lot of games. Your opponent played an incomprehensible move. So they went to e3, ostensibly to avoid exchanges. Very weird. I mean, I get it, like, but really voluntarily bishop e3? That's pretty bizarre. So, a lot of A3s to prevent knight b4. So the knight is kind of immobilized. A3. Taking away this. I think it's easier to play white. Need to protect d4 to move knight. Oh. Right. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess like in the database, in the opening explorer, you see moves like queen d2, queen d3, rook d1. Probably moving the same piece twice is pretty awkward way of doing it. And then you went knight a5, which is very paradoxical. Though often done in the Queen's Gambit Accepted, you're also putting knight on the side of the board. Oh, this guy is great, this Florescu guy. He would keep popping up on my Facebook friend suggestions. He looks like a classic Balkan character or something. Florescu. Alright. Well, no, I mean, maybe we need to consider knight b4. And then, of course, if b6, d5, you have the knight a5 trap. So this. Now that's more normal. Yeah. I mean, I think the way they played this is pretty standard. So you got here. I think this is okay. Obviously, this diagonal looks a little dangerous. And then I would anticipate an aggressive Paco Vallejo or Vallejo type of a6 b5 from you here. Go for the extended fianchetto. That's risky though, because the c5 outpost. This, if you play b5, you have to watch for that knight coming into c5. So b6 is definitely safer. If you do b6, you can put the bishop on the long diagonal. This is compact. And no weaknesses. I don't like our knight on a5. Why is our knight on a5 almost trapped? And how long is it going to hang out there? Rook a d1, and then the hyper controversial bishop d5. Nana, who are you talking about? It's a fun channel. Enjoy yourself. I just banned that other clown. Bishop d5. Okay, controversial decision to play bishop d5. It's your bad bishop, but it has a hell of a diagonal. I would say the position is equal after bishop d5, knight d5, queen d5. The funny evaluation, right? Equal. But I think that white's light square bishop is so powerful, and you know, basically, it compensates for his pawn structure. So therefore, the position is equal. Maybe you might have a preference for one side or the other. But at the end of the day, that bishop could save his ass. Like, he's down a pawn. He's down a pawn that the bishop pair probably draws the ending, or something like that. She, it, they. B3. B3 controversial, but yeah. Weakening the dark squares. Uh-huh. Ooh, and you did h5. This is an unbelievable move. Yeah. You didn't play Jokugal, did you? Dude, I lost this Jokugal cat in the tournament in February. She played like an animal. She played like this sacrifice that was unsound. And she was very dismissive after the game, but I was right about everything. I felt her game was unsound. and she hangs out with Judith Polgar too much. She basically bamboozled me with unsound bullshit. I missed strong defenses, and I would have been fine or even better. But this is the kind of move she played against me. This is a different player, but yeah. I mean, what can you do though? White's kind of desperate here. I don't mind h4. I would not play h5. I think that h6 would be fine. She plays h5. The hell is that? Welcome to... Get this out of here. Alright, so h5 is too extreme. I mean, you should be okay with... Look. On the other hand, I understand h5. Like, your pawns, you're putting them on white squares. You don't have a white square bishop. It seems a little extreme. So I would think white has no particular threats. And why is your knight on a5? So what's she doing after knight c6? What are you doing? What is she doing? Let's say she plays h5. Then play h6. I don't know, man. I don't like white's position. I don't understand. This ain't, you know, Joka Gal. White is not a men's IM. I don't think. But h5 is kind of excessive. And now, I mean, obviously you can play g6. But things could get kind of nasty. Knight e4. That is getting on the verge of dangerous. Bishop e7. Knight c3. Are we okay? I'm not so sure. Apparently we're okay, but it's kind of scary. So I can understand your hesitance there to go into that, but I wouldn't recommend h5. Moving the king is a good suggestion from Fancy Chess. Yes, moving the king at some point would be an idea. If we move the king, we could move the knight and threaten to actually take this pawn at d4. I'd like to move the king at some point to h8 or f8. h5, bishop g5. Okay, now here, and now knight takes h5. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Yeah. Knight f6, bishop f6, bishop f6. Oh. So we're doing the Korchnoi evacuation route. Oh, this WGM or IM, this Hungarian Joka Gal, she's the favorite daughter of Hungarian chess. I lost to her in a tournament in February, but her game seems really very overrated. But I think, you know, she was studying with Judith or something. But Judith had a tendency to be like all tactics. The girl played a very coffeehouse game against me, and I was unlucky. And I was really kind of pissed after the game, and she was very dismissive. But her results have been unimpressive. She's way behind, say, any of the American women prodigies. The Hungarians have this tendency to kind of pick out some players and favor them, and make them like internal stars. But then they're overrated. You know, it's the same with the men's players. They have this one guy, Kozak Adam, and they treated him like he was some super prodigy. But honestly, he's the same. They just like, I don't know why these particular players are favored. They invest all their support behind these like couple of players who seem to be politically favored. Just, I don't know why, you know. No, you know more than me, Fancy Chess. I just lived in Hungary for the last 20 years. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, guy would be like 2,800 if he was like a talent because he's had so much support. 2,650 is nothing. That's the standard thing where like Hungarian players get to 2,650. They stall there and they never get beyond that. And that's exactly the same thing with this guy. He was no better than any of the other players, honestly. And they held his hand and held his hand and held his hand. Now he's like 26, I don't know, something. But honestly, I'm not impressed. I just haven't been impressed. The Hungarians have a tendency to do that. But anyway, I was unimpressed by the girl. She played very coffeehouse style. This is a different opponent. Saxe draw. Queen h5, bishop takes g5, h takes g5, and then g6, and queen g4. I was just pissed. I mean, it was totally unsound. I mean, the entire attack. After the game, I missed like a million good moves, and she never should have beaten me. And she's like, you know, I was really angry. I mean, justifiably so. Like, it was just bullshit. I lost to this total bullshit. Rook fe1. Yeah, I mean, so, okay, here we are. 5 pawns each. White's got the bishop versus knight. You were under pressure most of this game. The king is not happy. You're just hanging on. Now, okay, white seems to understand something. They have all of their pawns on the correct color. And you could lose this ending. You could lose this ending because the bishop range on both sides of the board. Your knight isn't going to be that good. So I think you should definitely like be very careful about trading queens, although her queen is too strong. She's better here in this ending. I'm curious. Queen f6, queen e7, g4, queen f6, gf6. But white had pretty good technique, to be honest. Fundamentals seem there. Well, you shouldn't be putting your pawns on light squares anyway, but it's too late for that b pawn. But I think around here, can we change the pawn structure and try to play e5? If only we could play e5 and support that, but it's awkward to protect it. f6 is weak as well. But let's see. If we try e5, I mean, it's not so easy for white to hit this, you know, and you've got rook e8 if you need it, and your knight is just a rock. Don't forget as well, like the h file could be dangerous, because you have to be careful there too. But I'm just saying, okay, if queen g3, for example, rook e8. I'm gonna have to ban that og. What kind of music have I been listening to? Wait a minute. I gotta go, guys. I'm like dying here. What kind of music I've been listening to? Wait a sec. I don't want to like break any copyright laws. I haven't been listening to any music, dude. Which is sad. But, we got... My phone is frozen. Yeah, you better be sorry. I don't listen to just any music, like the latest hip-hop and rap here. Dude, my head is killing me. We could build a rapport. I got this cold I can't shake for 3 weeks. Must have been COVID.
People that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. Folks, the people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating.
So what do you think?
They're eating the pets. Folks, the people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. Folks, the people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
See,
Folks, the people that came in,
I'm surprised
they're
you're
eating
better.
the cats. They're eating the pets.
The computer
Folks, the people
doesn't
that came
like-
in, they're eating the cats.
They don't like, it doesn't like E5, but it also doesn't dislike it. It's kind of neutral toward E5. I'm surprised you're better. I just want to secure this knight on D4 though. So what happens there, what I don't like, yeah, B5 puts your pawn on the wrong color. You know, probably best not to do that. And then, you know, you end up moving your knight off of D4 anyway to block this check. So here's where you really started to get in trouble, I think. Now it's too late to do E5. And, yeah, this isn't really what we want to do. It's like a stopgap. It feels like everything's going wrong. You know, you got your knight driven off of D4, you put your pawns on white squares, white still has the initiative, and then white fixes the pawns on the correct color, defends everything. Your pawns all end up on the wrong color, plus your knight can be ousted from F5 with G4. It just looks like all kinds of problems. And then this ending looks better for white, but she actually... Very important. Thank you, Mr. Slow, for pointing that out. So she played the best move, the engine's best move, but I think that this ending would be easier for white. Your knight doesn't have a good outpost, and your pawns are on the wrong color. But Queen F6 engine number 1 move. And then she finds G4. And now you're really in trouble. And now G5, desperate attempt. F takes G5. Your opponent wasn't a computer, were they, by any chance? They really played brutally at the end there. I hope this wasn't like I hope this wasn't like some kind of like online game for money. I mean, you know, tournament with prizes or something. Jeez. Don't trust those WGMs or anybody. By the way, don't ever trust anybody because they have a title. Okay? I've never ever trusted anybody. And grandmasters can't be trusted. You know, so too hot to be a computer, huh? Anyway, alright. But that was a meltdown. Yeah, maybe time related. What I was impressed by White's technique there. Experienced player. She didn't play the opening very well, or especially well. But their technique was good. Well, with that, guys, that's it. We're out of here. It was a pleasure banning you all, and I'm glad the viewership numbers are down to just 15. I like to keep it under 20 if I can. So it's really... Yeah, Jules, he said, I ain't Richard Rapport, but we could build a rapport. Build a rapport. That's what he did in Hungary. Actually, rapport, you know, rapport was trained by a lot of people, and not just Hungarians. Alright guys, thanks for the games. I'll see you later. If I don't get any sicker, I'm gonna be back tomorrow and play some Blitz challenges with the viewers at noon time, and then Sunday simul, 6:30 p.m. CEST. Thanks everybody. Whew, I'm tired, and I'm still sick. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Thanks all. Thanks Nedog. Good to have you back. I won't ban you yet. Thanks Mr. Slow for staying with us. And good games.